One, two, one, two, one, two. Okay, I think it's good now. Anyway, let me restart. I was saying that we haven't been live for a while because obviously the World Cup has been taken over, and there's not much to talk about when it comes to the world of club football right now. But things are starting to pick up again. Today we had the Jerry Cardinale Amorim press conference, which we'll listen to. I want to see if we can get away with that. So I'm going to play it in a second. I want to hear it for the first time. I know Jerry was involved, and then I will comment on it on what I think. So yeah, that's the plan. So we'll do that. Talk a little bit about the World Cup, and talk a little bit about AC Milan. First thing I want to say about the World Cup is that Egypt and the coach of Egypt need to apologize to FIFA and to the world of football, because there was absolutely no controversies yesterday in that game, and they're creating these narratives that are absolutely disgusting and divisive. And yes, football can be cruel, but none of those. There was no controversial calls. Everything in that game was called correctly. The only thing that wasn't called correctly was that the player that scored the goal, Zico, he should have gotten a yellow card for taking his shirt off. You'd get a yellow card for taking your shirt off even if the goal gets disallowed by VAR, and the referee didn't give him a yellow card. That's the only mistake that referee made. And besides, that was a French referee too. So I think the fact that Egypt is making this into a political thing and is bringing all these external factors into it, Now I can understand yesterday, right after the game, but today they had the chance to go over all the incidents, and the coach needs to apologize to the world of football. And if he doesn't, I think they should suspend him. They should suspend the coach because the referee didn't make any bad calls. Were they cruel? Yes, they were cruel, and unfortunately, football is super cruel. What are you going to do about that? It is what it is. But they're all within the frames of the rules of the game. None of it was controversial. Okay, so that is what I think about the Egypt situation. Um, Now let's go to the press conference. Let's see. Let's see, guys, if you can hear it. Tell me if you can hear it. Guys, can you hear it? All right, let me just make sure. Is that audible? Let's say you no. Avis says yes. Alan says yes. I just hearing you breathing. But everybody can hear the conference, guys, in the background. What about Croatia versus Portugal? Well, so if a ball did touch the guy's head, then it was a good call. Um, yeah, if it did touch, according to their technology and these microchips they have in the ball, they can detect whether a ball is being touched, and according to that, there was a wavelength. So they're saying it was touched. Now, um, I mean, it's hard to tell with the open eye. It looks like it might have grazed his head. But let's say if it did touch the player, then yeah, that goal should have been disallowed because that's also part of the rules. Because when he touched the ball, the player that eventually scored was offside. If he didn't touch the ball, then it shouldn't have been disallowed. The conference now. Okay, what about now, guys? Tell me now if you can hear the conference.
AC Milan back to its heritage. It is very important to us, it's very important to the players, and it's very important to the fans that we bring this winning mentality back to AC Milan. We are going to play to win. Okay, we're not going to play not to lose. We're going to play to win, which means we're going to look at a football style that meets that objective. You know, when I look at football good afternoon, everybody, and thank you guys for being here. I think, as you know, this is a very important day for AC Milan, and I'm thrilled to welcome Ruben Amorim to Casa Milan as our new head coach.
All right,
you know, when I
we're started.
Everything in motion that you've seen over the last month and so, the day after our season ended, it was really with a view towards re-looking at our football organization. And for the first time in my ownership, my jumping in to be a much more hands-on owner. And the first thing I decided to do was to really look at the coaching position. You know, when I look at football organizations, and ours especially, you know, the relationship between the coach, ownership, and management is absolutely critical. Now, in normal circumstances, you know, a lot of times, you know, you go for a head of football, sporting director, and then a coach. We've packed probably 6 months worth of meetings and work into a month. And my conclusion in meeting with a number of tremendously capable people across the football ecosystem was that the starting point for us in our rebuild is going to be the relationship between ownership, management, and the head coach. Now, very important to this whole process is, what are we trying to accomplish? And fundamentally, it's to bring AC Milan back to its heritage. It is very important to us, it's very important to the players, and it's very important to the fans that we bring this winning mentality back to AC Milan. We are going to play to win. Okay, we're not going to play not to lose. We're going to play to win, which means we're going to look at a football style that meets that objective. And that is a high press, high possession, attacking style of football. It'll be an exciting football. It'll be fun to watch, and it'll be high scoring. I also want to create a culture here. Now, I've been hands off in my ownership. So the wake-up call for everybody is those days are over. Okay, I'm here, I'm responsible, but I have a great team around me. And that team worked with me very closely over the last month and a half to get to the place where we have Ruben as the foundation stone for our football organization. You know, and our team has depth, just so we're all clear. Hendrik Almstad, Bobby Gardner, Thiago Esteval, Jovan Kirovski, Vincenzo Vergine, Donato Lamonte. And this is so important to Redbird and myself that I'm now hands-on, and I've taken one of my best guys and I've moved him into AC Milan as the CEO, Massimo Cavelli. So we're putting our money where our mouth is. We're letting our actions speak for themselves. And I couldn't be more thrilled to start this with you in debuting Ruben. So with that, this is about Ruben, and I hand it over to you, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Wow. 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 Does this guy think that we don't know that he's been here for the past 4 years? Like, is he pretending that he's not been here for the 4 past years? So now 4 years later, he's saying exactly what he said 4 years ago. The important thing is the relationship between management and ownership. That's why we fired Maldini. We want to bring heritage back. We want to play offensive football, high-press football. That's why you brought in Fonseca. Like, this is Groundhog Day, except this time he's there saying it in the press conference. Like, does he think we haven't heard this bullshit before? And does he think that this is his first time here? Like, we don't know what kind of work he's been doing and they have been doing. And when he said, and did you hear what he said? He said, "We're not going to play to lose." That's a dig on Allegri. We're going to play to win. We're not going to play. But that's exactly this was exactly the project when you hired Fonseca. It was exactly this one. High press attacking football. And the management and the ownership had to be all together. No one flying solo. Everybody was competent. Everybody was great. You finished 8th that season, Jerry. You finished 8th when you presented this exact same project, by the way. You finished 8th that season. And the next season, when you played not to lose, you almost made the Champions League. Now, the fact that he is involved, honestly, like, was he never involved at all? What are we talking about? Of course, he's going to be involved as the way he's always been involved. What a bunch of BS, guys! This is just like just lying to our. It's not lying. It's not lying. It's It's acting. It's acting. Are we supposed to buy this? He wants to bring back the heritage of Milan. Bruh, you fired Maldini. You fired all the people that made history of that club. What heritage? You bring in heritage of Milan by bringing all these foreigners that come from mid-table teams around Europe? That's your definition of AC Milan heritage? Bring in a whole lot of foreigners from mid-table teams around Europe. That's going to bring the AC Milan heritage back? Guys, this is insane. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. Wow, dude, this guy's incredible. Dude, Jerry is an incredible human being. It stuns me. Look, if Jerry wanted to bring Milan back to its heritage, he should just take care of his stuff at Redbird and let people that know what they're doing do what they're doing. He should stay away. This guy is, and now what he wants to show as if he's going to come and save, not because he's present, because I'm the man. Now, imagine if De Laurentiis went to the U.S. and bought a baseball club and said, "Now I'm here. I'm going to show these Americans how to play baseball." What, bruh? You have done nothing in football, dude. You didn't even know Milan had 7 Champions Leagues when you bought the fucking club, bro. What do you know about this game? He is going to get his ass kicked. And I predict this, guys. I'm predicting this. The moment Milan will start having difficulty, the moment Milan will start losing games, you're not going to see him anymore. When Milan is going to win, you're going to see his face. We're going to see his interviews and all of that. But the moment Milan is going to start losing games and start losing steam, he's going to disappear, because that's what noobs and amateurs do. When you're amateur at its... So this is the difference between professionals and people that have passion for sports and amateurs. Amateurs get really excited in the beginning of the season, and they get really excited, but once things start to get hard, they lose the passion and they start to, oh, fuck this gets boring. And then they're out. But the people that have passion, the real G's, are the ones that stick it out till the end. The ones that show up at the end are the even bigger G's. The ones that show up in the end, that are there for all the difficult moments and then show up in the end. Those are the people that have passion. Those are the people that love sport. Those are sporting people. But people like this, these amateur people that have never been involved in sports their lives, they think everything is going to be fine when there's no competition, when there's no heat. And then they might start good and they get all excited, but once things start to get a little bit hard, once it starts to become a little bit difficult, you start to lose a few games, you start to tie this game, you lose that game, all of a sudden these people disappear. They go bye-bye, you take over, you do it. That's exactly what's going to happen. Anyway, let's listen to Amorim.
Grazie a tutti, iniziamo con le
Thank you so much. So let's start with questions. Mauro Summa, please go ahead. Good afternoon, Ruben. Just wanted to know what you are feeling at this very first moments, the very first steps of your life here, red and black, the city, the supporters, the people from AC Milan. What's your initial feeling? This is a new legacy, right, for you. So is this more than a club? Is this more than a company? Or do you think it's a family, the black and red family?
First of all, I want to apologize for not speaking Italian. I know, especially here in Italy and with the Tifosi, that is important for me to speak Italian, to respect your culture, and I promise that I will be fast. I try.
Have you ever heard Jerry say that? We'll respect your culture. At least I'll give Amorim that. That's a good start. But have you ever heard Jerry say that? No, Jerry comes into a country, thinks he's the boss, starts firing, and all the people that are the most important people, his best assets, who are Italian legends. Have you ever heard Jerry say that? No. Okay, good start from Amorim. Let's keep on going.
In the first day, so I know the importance of the allenatore del Milan speak Italian. Then it's an honor to be here. I'm so happy. I can feel it that here people feel the city feels the club, and I felt that during my 3 days stays.
He's nervous
in
as fuck.
I love Milanello. I think the place has history. It's quiet. People say that he's old. I love that kind of old. Everything is there. So I love the staff. The staff is amazing. Alberto, the team manager, is doing an amazing job. So I could not be happier. I feel at home, and we'll see. But so far, I'm so happy to be here.
Andiamo da Peppe Di Stefano, Sky.
Pepe Di Stefano, Sky. Welcome, Mr. Amorim.
Real quick, let me answer these two questions here. And then let me say okay, first of all, yeah, that's how you want to introduce yourself. You want to apologize that you don't speak Italian. That's a good start. By the way, I thought he did speak Italian. Because this is an Italian club, and you're in Italy, like you're supposed to speak Italian. Thoughts on our two new signings? I think Gonzalo Ramos. Sorry. Gonzalo Ramos. That's his name. I think the price is crazy. For his output, like he scored 11 goals in 30-something matches. I know he was a reserve, but I think the price is just insane for that kind of player. I mean, I don't want to talk about the signings just yet until August, because in August we're going to see what our roster looks like. We're going to see what the other rosters look like, and that's when we can really have a better idea of how the team might perform or how the team might look. As of now, oh, there you go. Kvara went for 80 million while we paid 75 million for Ramos. There you go. As of now, I think that is we paid a lot of money for him, which is weird, which is strange. And Gila, I mean, Gila is not even called for the national team. I don't know. Is he good? Is he not good? Is he that different from the defenders we already have? I think if you take out one of our defenders and you put Gila in, it's more or less the same thing. It's not. If you add Gila to our defensive players, right, then we are stronger. But if you put Gila in and you take Gabbia or Tomori or Pavlovic out, one of those, it's more or less the same thing. It's not. You're not changing much. All right, let's see if he talks about football a little bit.
Now, Jerry said we need a beautiful, offensive, strong football. Is this a dream for you to be here as a Milan coach? Is this one of your dreams in the past, or is there an AC Milan in the past, something like Sacchi, Capello, Ancelotti? You know, the big, strong AC Milan of the past. What is the best memory you have if you were supporting Milan in the past?
First of all, Jerry spoke about the way we want to play football, so no pressure about the quality of the game. Then I remember a lot of things about Milan, not just Ancelotti. Ancelotti is for my staff because they are younger. I remember, I didn't leave it, but I watched a lot about Arrigo Sacchi, the way he defends and press. I remember the high pressure. He brought a new idea how to press and to jump with the defenders. I remember Fabio Capello, big team, 58 games without losing, 80 wins at home, all these details I remember. The first thing is not...
Yo, this is all good stuff. He's so far he's saying everything correctly.
In the past, Milan is not just about the offense. For me, it's about the team. We had players like Gullit, Van Basten, Zidorf, all these great players. But when you remember about Milan, it's about the team of Milan. That is the most important thing, and for me, it's the most important thing in here. So it's hard to choose one memory. As everybody knows, I follow Milan since I'm young, but I'm also a Benfica fan. So I remember quite well in the 90s the final. Frank Rijkaard goal. That game was tough for me and my family, but I remember that. So I have a lot of memories from the Milan teams.
And also, Milan's first Champions League in '63 was against Benfica.
And I just want to be part of it. Of course, it's a big responsibility, and I know that the foreigners is really hard to win. Lindholm was the last one to win, so I know that, but I want...
Bruh, this guy said he knows that for foreigners it's really hard to win in Italy. The last one to win with Milan was Lindholm. We're talking about, what, 50 years ago? I mean, at least this guy is smart. I'm going to give it to him. He's smart. He is smart. He's saying the right things. All this shit that he is saying is going through over Jerry's head. Jerry is like, cuckoo, 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 chip, 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 cuckoo. That's what... This is the shit Jerry should learn.
To be part of it is a big challenge. Let's see.
Andiamo da Dazon.
Thank you so
Federico
much,
Sala.
Dazon, Federico Sala. Good afternoon, Mr. Amorin, and I will keep talking.
So the positive there, the positive things that he said there is that he alluded to Milan's greatest periods, and he knows about them. He experienced them, and he understands what they mean. So he's talking about periods that defined the club, and it's good for him to allude to that because he understands what the responsibility is. The fact that he says that he knows it's very difficult for foreigners, and it is. The fact that he knows that in Italy they expect you to speak Italian, to respect the culture and all of that stuff, whatever. And those are all positive things. And also the fact that he talked about Lido, right? That's pretty cool. The last foreign coach to win. I guess Conceição won the Super Cup, but I don't know if you want to consider that a big trophy. But Lido, he's going back all the way back to Lido. At least he shows that he has an understanding of the history of the club, right? And those are important factors because you need to transmit those values to the players. That's very important. The players need to have... Now, the fact that Jerry has no fucking clue about any of the things that he's talking about still is a big problem because at the end of the day, listen to this guy talk. He sounds nervous as fuck. He knows how difficult the task is at hand. And Jerry has no clue. And Jerry is the one who is in charge of this whole situation. So, anyway, let's keep on going.
About the show, the goals. You will have the burden, but also the honor to train the most expensive player of the history of this team, so Gonzalo Ramos. Why is he the best attacker for your team? I mean, we've been missing him for, 15 years. Is it probable to see him with Rafa Leao, another Portuguese?
Talk about, I don't want to talk about the individual in the team, but I can talk about Gonçalo because he's a new player, because we bought him with a lot of money, and I can explain why you chose him. The first thing is that we did that job as a team. I'm the person that gives the profile to the team, and they find the best players available in that position, and that will be the type of work that we are going to do here. It's not the manager that chose a name. I chose a profile, and then we follow the list of the scouting, and we did that. We believe a lot in Gonçalo Ramos. I think he proved in the last game against Croatia, against a low block. He scored with 3 defenders on top of him. If you see games in Italy, sometimes it's like that. The teams defend really well and is able to score against low blocks. He can score in transition. One of the aspects that is really important with the Gonçalo Ramos, that people sometimes just look at the talent of the player. I see a player that if you see him playing 5 minutes is the same guy if he starts a game. For me, it's really important. When I see Gonçalo Ramos playing, is all about the team. Then if we want to press high, we need a striker that can do that work. Guys, just watch Gonçalo Ramos playing 5 minutes and you see that he's going to follow all the defenders at the same time. So it's more than a player, it's a message to show that we want a guy that believes in the team. And we did that job, and I'm really happy that it was really fast, and that was a sign that also the structured belief on what I'm trying to do here. With Rafael Leão, he played really well in the World Cup. He's our player. I'm really happy with our team. So I'm a happy allenatore.
Okay, so I mean, I don't know what to say about Gonçalo Ramos, guys. I think we're gonna we're gonna judge him when he starts playing. Again, it's like this is not a guy. This was a reserve at PSG. We paid way too much for him. Now, if he turns out to be a striker that scores 20 goals a season, awesome, great. But we're gonna have to see. Like, it's hard to. Now, he did lie because he said that he was surrounded by 3 players. I think it's a lie. I think it was 2 players, the goal against Croatia. So he's exaggerating a little bit. And yeah, and listen, at the end of the day, that's what when he said the striker is the first one to defend, essentially, right? Like, that's what all strikers come to Milan to do. But doing it and then having that kind of impact, it's very difficult. It's very difficult because the whole team needs to be good, and Italy, it's hard. But anyway, I'm not going to judge Gonçalo Ramos today. I can't judge him. Nobody can judge him, really. We have to wait and see what he looks like. We have to wait and see what the roster looks like. It's too early to talk about the roster right now, and it's too early to talk about the competition either.
Claudio Raimondi, Mediaset.
Claudio Raimondi from Mediaset. Okay, here we are. Very Cardinale, you have introduced, you talked about a very ambitious target. You are putting your face on this. You are closer and closer to AC Milan as never before. This is a big support for you. So the question is, you are famous for some iconic sentences. For example, when you were in Sporting, at the very beginning, there was some skepticism, some unhappy years on the other side of Lisbon, so to say. But you responded, you reacted to skepticism. So I'm not Portuguese, and if it all went well, eventually after 19 years, here's the title. So based on this, my question is, this is a revolution. Can you tell us something like, what if my adventure went well?
Yeah, it's hard. There are some sentences we need to, is not to think about that and to say, we need to feel it. What I can say is that this kind of iconic clubs, I know that is a big challenge, but if we can do it, it's more than a title. It's something. It's to belong to an history of a club with iconic names, and this is the type of challenge that I want. So I think I will be happier. Even if something happened here and it's not a good thing, I will be happier in my life if I try. And but it's hard because Milan is, like you guys know, I follow Milan since I'm young, so it's personal, and it's hard to take this kind of challenge. So what I can say is the belief that I had in Sporting is the same belief that I have now, with a little bit more hunger, maybe because of the last adventure. So I'm really hungry to have success. I believe in myself, and especially I believe in the structure. I believe in the club. I know it's a tough league. I know that you need to know really well the Italian football. But nowadays everyone sees other leagues, and I think I learn fast, and I will try to do that. So what I can say is that everything I was thinking in that moment when I said that sentence in Sporting, I can say it today. And I truly believe that is going to be okay.
I have a question, guys. If you are the owner of Milan and you want to rebound and you want to win right away, and you would hear what this guy is saying, would you hire this guy? Because he's pretty much saying, I'm about to enter a pool that I have no idea I know it's hard to swim in this pool. I've never done it before. Hopefully I can do it. This is what he's saying. Why would you hire someone like that? Like, I would hire someone that already knows, or that shows me more confidence. That shows me, yeah, I know what needs to be done, and that's what we'll do. I know exactly what the difficulties of Serie A are. I know exactly where the traps are. I know exactly where everything is, and we'll get it done. Like, that's what I want to hear, right? This, I don't know, me personally, if I heard this, I would respect it because he's showing to be quite humble and realistic. Like, he is not a delusional person at all. This guy is very down to earth, for sure. He's not delusional. There's nothing wrong that I've heard him say so far. But he is pretty much saying, yeah, I'm a gamble. I don't know. I personally would have gone for someone that already knows the terrain. You would have hired Mourinho. Got to set expectations low. Welcome back. I've been waiting to hear from you guys weeks with it. Yeah, I mean, as the World Cup dies out, we're going to come back in and be talking about the clubs.
Andiamo da Andrea Ramazzotti.
Andrea Ramazzotti, La Gazzetta dello Sport. Good afternoon, here I am. Welcome. Right here. Now, let me follow suit to what my colleague said before. In sporting, you have written historical, iconic pages. You brought the club back to victory, back to winning after so many years. Now, AC Milan is now looking for another very important target, which is the Scudetto, so the second star, so to say. And I think that this is the major overarching target that I think you have in this adventure, is it?
Yes, it's the first thing when you prove yourself. You have European games, but your league, you prove yourself in so many matches, and to win the league, you need to be the better team. That is the first step for us. We want to win the second star. It's going to be really tough, and we know how tough it's going to be. But I don't know what is going to be the biggest challenge going forward. But we all can agree that the main goal in this moment is to be dominant in Italy, and then we will have time to think the rest.
Andiamo dalla Rai.
Thank you so much, Rai. Mr. Leo.
So, he said the main goal is to be dominant. Then let's see what the rest brings. So there you go, guys. That is the objective of the season, to be dominant. I heard today that Luca is staying, actually.
Leonardo, so please go ahead. Good afternoon. This is my question. Why did you accept this proposal? What was the key element? And what about the team? So which kind of module or schedule you have for the team? So how to bring your ideas into the pitch?
The first thinking I accept because, not just because it's Milan, I will tell you the truth. I went to the first meeting with a lot of concerns. Because with all the revolution that we had in our club, but after the first meeting, and I said to them, I was a Milan coach. They don't know it because we had to discuss still the contract. But in my head, after the first meeting, I was convinced. I look at the team, and I think the team has some principles that I lack. We defend quite well this season. I think if you look at the table, we need to score more goals. If you see the first team in the league, the champion is.
Okay, it just blocked. It'll come back in a second. But did you hear what he said? He said he wasn't sure. He was concerned because of the shit that was starting. Look, this guy is maybe too honest for his own good. And then he said he really liked the defense from last year. Jerry opened the fucking press conference by saying he didn't like that we played not to lose. I mean, our defense was good last year because we had 11 players in the box. If you put everybody pressing high and you want to play attacking football, you're going to concede more goals if you don't do this properly.
Big difference, and we need to address that. But then Jerry explained me completely the structure. I had a good meetings about the team, about the scouting, what was the idea with Bobby, with Massimo. So when you feel that you have the people around you, when you have a club like Milan, when you have a big challenge that the team is not winning Scudettos, of course, was the challenge that I wanted. I didn't know that before the meeting, but after the meeting was clear for me that was the challenge that I want in this stage of my career.
Andiamo dal Corriere della Sera.
Corriere della Sera. Monica Colombo, please go ahead.
Buongiorno.
Good afternoon.
Vorrei chiederle se
My question is, Did you ask for advice to the two Portuguese coaches that have been here 2 years ago? And maybe you had hope, so the fact of starting in a different way, maybe with a different setting, is this what you thought?
No, what I think, of course, I didn't spoke with Paul Fonseca and Mr. Sergio Conceição. I have a small relationship with Paul Fonseca. I don't have a relationship with Sergio Conceição because we are rivals and still was like 3 years ago, so it's fresh. But I want to see for myself. My concerns I explained to Jerry. Jerry explained the idea, and that for me I need to see for myself the situation, because you have experience that could not be the same. For me, it depends of the person, the personality. What I can say is that when I start the meetings with all the structure, I have all the questions that I need was answered, and I'm quite comfortable today.
Andiamo da Franco Ordine.
Franco.
I mean, not much to say about that. The only thing I'm curious about is what, like, obviously, was Amorim's Jerry's first choice? I don't think so, right? Well, they were talking about Pochettino first. They were talking about that Glasner guy. They were talking about the Ardiola. They were talking about. Who else? Fuck, who were we talking about? The guy that coached Austria. Like, Amorim was one of the am I wrong in saying that Amorim was like one of the last choices? There was a difference between Ibra and Cavelli. Regarding who? But, I mean, they tried, for sure, I think the main objective was the Ardiola guy. I think that was their main objective. So that fell through. That guy wasn't very interested in Milan's project. Of course, he went to Liverpool. Okay, I don't blame him. Glasner ended up going to Crystal Palace. Pochettino is still available, I guess, and the Austrian guy, the Austrian dude. What the fuck is his name? Guys, what is the name of the Austrian coach? Please remind me. Ragnick. He was just using Milan to get a better contract with Austria. And yeah. So, I mean, Amorim was one of their last choices. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Porti il giornale.
Eccoci, buon pomeriggio.
Good afternoon, Mr. Amorim. This is my question. So you are starting with a major advantage because no other coach has been presented and hosted by Jerry Cardinale. So this is a big advantage in my opinion. So based on this, and based on this advantage, do you think you can add something new, something extra on the market, especially on Leão? Have you made a decision?
Again, I know that I spoke about Gonçalo Ramos, but I'm not going to specifically talk about any individual in the team. I can say that I'm really happy with the team. Of course, I appreciate, and I know that Jerry want to show, especially to you guys, that he's supporting the manager, and I'm really pleased with that. But also that had a lot of pressure. And I'm ready for that. In relationship of the market, we will do our job. Our job is I need to assess the team, then I will explain the profile, the doubts that I have, Then I will pass to Bobby. Bobby will talk with Hendrik. They will talk with the board, and we'll try to start with the best team and the best squad for the starting of the league. But again,
did you hear that? I'll talk to Bobby. Bobby will talk to Hendrik. Hendrik will talk to the board. The board will talk to Jerry. Jerry will talk to the investors. The investors will talk to the banks. The banks will talk to the loanees. Yeah, okay. Sure. Whatever. It's all bullshit.
again, I'm happy with the team. We need time to do things. I think is a problem when we don't do the full investigation on the player before we go for the player. It's important for us to know not just the way he plays, but the way he thinks, the way he lives his life, the way he loves. If they really love football, and especially if they want to be here. So we need time to do that. So we'll see what is going to happen until the end of the market. But again, I'm really happy with the squad that we have.
So that was a complete dribbling from the question. The question was about Leao, and he obviously said, I don't want to talk about individuals. But Leao is a subject that needs to be spoken about because Leao has said publicly that he wants to leave AC Milan. So, I mean, that's a little bit of they should be a little bit more transparent with the Leao situation. Now, I don't know, do you guys think Leao should stay at Milan or should he go? Is his time done at Milan? In my opinion, Leao has already given everything he can give to AC Milan. He needs something new. He needs to wear a new jersey. He needs to be in a new city. He needs to have new stimulations, new emotions. Because this is just same as always, guys. It's going to be the same stuff. It's going to be the same. So for him, I think it's better for his career to find new emotions and new stimulations and new objectives. And I think, we can give that left wing to a player that is hungry, that is hungrier. I think that's totally fine. I think it's best for Milan to give that position to a player that is hungrier, even maybe if today on paper he's not better than Leao, but he has that hunger to put himself out there. Leao has already reached a level that he is satisfied with. Now, maybe some people aren't satisfied, but he's satisfied with the level he's reached, and he wants new adventures. I think if you keep him there, it just doesn't make sense. Even like Theo Hernandez, I would have never let go of Theo Hernandez. But Theo Hernandez, once you've broken with a club, once you've broken with a place, with a piazza, as they say, once you've broken there, you have to go. You can't stay. Leao doesn't fit Amorim. He wants high pressing attackers. That's a good point. Maybe I'm the only one, but I didn't know that they wanted Amorim. Amorim was it just came out of nowhere when everybody else was rejecting Jerry's advances. I think they learned something from the last few years and led everybody in the wrong way. Was that a shot at Leao, the way he lives? Probably, yeah. Yeah, that's a good catch. Yeah.
Andiamo da Andrea Sereni.
Andrea Sereni from La Repubblica. Good afternoon, Mr. Amorim. This is my question for you. Here in Milan, we have had a Portuguese coach that has done very well, so Mourinho and Inter. You experienced this in Manchester, I guess. I mean, you say that you like him because he's a great communicator. Do you think Milan will have the Mourinho style approach?
No, I'm completely different from Jose Mourinho. I'm a different person. I learn a lot with him, of course, but I know that you as a coach, you need to follow your instinct, your personality. You cannot copy anyone. I will not copy anyone. I have a different style of playing. I hope to win like he won here in Italy. That's the only thing that I want to be the same. I have a lot of respect for Mourinho. I can call him a friend, but I'm completely different. Don't expect that from me. You know, guys, that sometimes I'm upset with a loss. I will say a lot of things that I shouldn't say it. But I learn with all the mistakes that I did in Manchester, and I learn a lot. I will try to improve on these small details to help my players to be better, and also I expect to win more games than draw. I will not talk about losing games, because that communication is going to be easy if we win games.
All right, guys, listen. I don't want to sound like a fucking Debbie Downer here, but the more I hear this guy, the more I'm like, yo, this guy has no aura at all. Like, this guy is... Does this guy have any belief in himself? Like, this guy, the way this guy talks about himself is like everything is, oh my God, I don't know if it's, he's panicking. I don't know. Listen, maybe when he starts playing, things are going to be different, but are you guys getting the same vibe? Like, is this the kind of guy that he doesn't have leader vibes at all? He has student vibes. Like, I'm learning on the go. I don't know. You know, I've learned this, I've learned that, I've learned this, and I hope I'm going to learn. I know that things are difficult. Like, this is a guy that is clearly still student of the game. He's not a maestro, for sure, because maestros don't talk like this. Students talk like this. And that's fine, guys. I mean, it doesn't. We'll judge when we start to see him. But right now, it's not. It's kind of concerning because you need really strong personalities to lead a team, and you have to be a leader. You have to be strong. You have to be confident. You have to be in command of the locker room. You really have to be someone that the players can hang on to, can lean on to. This guy is giving vibes, look, I still have a lot to learn. I've had this experience and I learned from that experience. Obviously, he had a success in Benfica, and that's good. So there's a little bit of pedigree. That's good. I like that he's very honest. I like what he said about Milan. But it seems clear to me that right now, as of now, he's not a master of the game. He's still a student of the game. All right, let's keep on going.
Tutto Sport con Stefano Pasquini.
Stefano Pasquini, please. Good afternoon. My question is, so you told us you're not talking about individual players, but Modric was a choice that goes beyond other players. So did you talk to him, and then do you think he can stay?
You said Modric. Sorry,
Yes, absolutely, Modric.
Modric is a player that we want to keep for his experience. I spoke with him 2 times. If he needs, I will come get the guy. So I think he played really well. I think he is a key point for us, especially in the beginning, to have more possession. I'm not saying that he's going to play all the games, so it's he publicly saying that to look at to watch this, but we really want to count with Modric to the next season. I know that the board spoke with Modric. I spoke with Modric, so I hope to have Modric in a few days, because I will give some days to rest.
Okay, he lost me with that. When it comes to Leao, he doesn't want to speak about individuals. He wants to speak about the team. But when it comes to Modric, he's going to speak about Modric. He's going to say, I'm going to go and pick him up I'm gonna go and get him myself. Why don't you just be honest about Leao? Well, just tell us what the situation is with Leao. Roy, you know why I'm happy? Because even if Amorim fails, he buys the right profiles, and after he leaves, well, he buys the right profiles. Did you see what he said? That when he looks for a profile, he has to go to Bobby. Bobby has to go to Hendrik. Hendrik has to go to the board. Jerry, and then this and that. So he's not like, obviously the structure, the chain of command is going to have a lot of influence on the players that come in. It's not just going to be his profiles. Mate, that was more Infantino's head of FIFA fault, because the actual disgrace is that he just put the red card ban on Q for a year. Yo, you can have Don Carlo. I'm done with him. Dude, that's hilarious. Yes, I would love to have Carlo Ancelotti back. Right now, Carlo, but Brazil is paying him 10 million a year. How the hell is he going to say no to that? I mean, Italy won't pay Carlo Ancelotti 10 million a year. I mean, and it's 10 million that it trickles down to his staff. I think that's how it works. But the Italy Federation is not going to pay Carlo Ancelotti 10 million a year. So I think you guys are stuck with him. But I would love to have Carlo Ancelotti at Italy, bro. For me, it'd be a dream come true. The right profile we need to buy are players like Alvaro Morata? What? Musa, what? Alvaro Morata? What are you talking about? Is this a troll? The right profile we need to buy are players like Alvaro Morata. Musa, we need to buy him permanently. Di Gregorio from Juve and Openda and finally Lorenzo Luca. Wow. Okay, first of all, we already tried the Alvaro Morata thing and it didn't work. Musa, we need to buy him permanently. We own Musa. Musa is going to be back in the team because Atalanta doesn't want to get him. Di Gregorio, I think we can find better than Di Gregorio. And Openda, we can find way better than Openda. And also Lorenzo Luca, I mean, I'm not really convinced about Lorenzo Luca right now. He's not had a great season since his Udinese. He's not... Is this year of truth? No. We already know what the truth is. Oh, by the way, guys, another thing that if you watch Longoni, I know it's in Italian, but you can translate it in English and watch with subtitles, or you can do the AI translations. But he had recently some guests. One of the guests is a guy that works in the world of football, and he was talking about how there are groups that are asking information about Milan, and there is a dossier going around to various people with the information about Milan. Now, that doesn't mean that Milan is going to be bought. That doesn't mean that there's going to be a business deal right away, but it is a positive thing that we know, it is a fact now, that there is a Milan dossier being pushed around to inquirers, right? So that means that when an inquirer asks about Milan, the answer is, no, we're not for sale. The answer is, okay, here's the dossier, check it out. So those are positive things. The man made us worse than ever with his selection. Alexandro Danilo and washed up Neymar. On the other side, what do you think of Ramos? Seems like a beast. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not going to... Look, he is not a guy that has impressive numbers. So what do you want me to say? Like, so far his career, he had one good year where he went over 20 goals, I think. in Portugal. And then the rest of his career has been mostly like a reserve player. And I'm not that impressed with his numbers. But maybe in a team where he has more space, as in he has more playing time, and he has good service. He definitely is a player that relies on service. He's not a player that is going to create a lot of his own goals. He will, he can, he does, but he is a player that relies a lot on good service. So if the service is good and if a team is healthy and things go well, he could be a hit or a flop. The thing about being a striker in Italy is that you got to have balls of steel. You got to be very focused. You got to be very good. You got to show up for the big moments. You know, the year we won the Scudetto, there were two games that were key for us winning the Scudetto, and that was beating Inter and beating Napoli. Giroud scored those goals, right? Those are the kind of goals that make a difference. If you score a bunch of goals against, these teams, whatever, but scoring those kind of goals, let's see if he can do that, right? I don't know. It's hard. I don't know. He's definitely comes from a team with a lot of success, so he knows what it's like to be in a successful team. But I'm not going to give you my personal opinion about these players until August, until we see the full roster and we compare AC Milan's roster and structure to the other teams. Like, for example, Juventus right now got Massara as their technical director, as Jerry calls head of football. And then they have Carnevali, who I learned is a Marotta guy, as their DS. So that already, like, guys, we know Massara is good. He did really good with Roma. He did really good with us. So now he's at Juventus with Carnevali. Like, that's a strong duo right there, you know. Then you have Spalletti as coach. Like, that already is very strong. So we have to wait really till the end and see what the rosters look like, what the teams look like, and how the structures are, and all this crap. Right now, it's way too early. Way too early. Okay. Roy, I was only messing. Okay. All right. Yeah, okay. I thought that was weird. This structure is a facade. The owner has lower mentality. What do you expect? Forza, I don't know. We'll see. Forza Milan, you guys ready for another shit season under Red Bear? Let's go. All right, let's keep on going.
Passiamo il microfono a Antonio Vitiello.
Okay, the mic goes to Antonio Vitiello from Corriere dello Sport. Hello and welcome to Milan. Did they tell you about the context in which you came here? I mean, a couple of years have been very difficult, where we had the two major failures, many mistakes, many errors. So I just needed to understand, what you've been told by Jerry Cardinale to convince you into AC Milan. And why do you think this year Milan supporters have to trust the new project versus what happened in the past? What changed? Maybe the question is also for Mr. Cardinale. Thank you.
I know.
Okay, this is the Antonio Vitiello question that I guess Edison was alluding to. But I love that question. That is a great question. That is a really good question. I wish all the questions were like that. Let's see what they say, man. This is going to be good.
I know that it's hard on the supporters to live this period. I know the context. Before the first meeting, I did all the investigation about the feeling in the city. I understood the context of losing the last match, the position in Champions League that can change everything. I understood that without the help of the board. For me, the importance in the meeting is how we are going to solve this. Do we have the weapons to solve this? And the answer was they were really good. I cannot say nothing that is going to convince the fans in this moment that is going to be an amazing life after this moment. I will not say nothing because I truly believe that the fans, they are really smart. So I will not try to insult the intelligence of the fans and saying that now is going to be everything fine. So what I can promise is that I will do what is the best for the club. Sometimes it's not what they want. Sometimes it's not what is easy. And especially is I will not do what is the best for me. And I think with all the mistakes that I made in the past, I proved that during my career. So I will do the best for Milan. That I can promise. We cannot change everything in one day, but we can start slowly. And for me, it starts in the first game of the preseason. The way we present ourselves. I think it's important also to give the opportunity, especially in the preseason, for the young kids, because I know the feeling that the Tifosi have for the young kids, especially Italians. And we have...
Dude, guess how much it cost me to make sure my family gets $1 million if something ever happens to me? You'll never guess.
I don't know. It's got to be like $200 a month.
Nope.
Have that responsibility, not just for Milan, but also for Italian football. So I know all of that, but I will make mistakes. We will make mistakes. We don't promise anything, but we have a path. We have an idea what we want to do, how we want to play, what kind of player we want. So that is a start. And then we'll see in the first game of the Serie A if we can win the first one. And you know better than anyone that if you win the second one, the third one, and we can build from there. So let's work and then we'll see.
Okay. It is 100% apparent that he got this job because he needed it. And he needs to use it to increase, look his CV a little bit better after the Manchester fiasco. He's had a bunch of nothing really. Yeah, this is a man that is not very confident. He knows what the difficulties are. He just doesn't come across as being very confident in. Also, there was one thing he said that was a little bit weird. Which, by the way, he's saying a lot of the things that are contradicting what Jerry said. Right, in the beginning. Jerry started the press conference, balls out. We're going to play to win. We're going to high press. We're going to entertain. We're going to bring Milan back to its original glory. While this guy is saying, I know it's going to be impossible. I don't know if I can do it. Foreigners have failed at doing this. Sorry, I don't speak Italian. I can't talk about the players. When I want a player, I have to go through 1 million people. The objective is not to win trophies, but is to be dominant. Ragazzi. Guys. I don't know, man. Why do you speak on the Liberali fiasco? Liberali. Yeah, it's terrible. We should have had Liberali. Would have been great for us to have Liberali, Camarda, Comotto, Zeroli, Bartesaghi, Gabbia, Ricci, and start building an Italian core. Because, there's one thing he hasn't spoken about. He did say some good things about the youth players, right, and all that stuff. But there's one thing that he's not talking about is that in Italy, and not in Italy, in the world, that domestic core is a big part of the equation of, to find success. So he hasn't spoken about that yet. Let's see if he does. Not gonna lie, you can see him getting sacked somewhere between October and December. Yeah. Honestly, I think that's a very good possibility. it is clear that Jerry, by the way things look, Jerry is very impatient. You can tell by the way he spoke and by the way he looks. He's very impatient. If Amorim is not going to start winning right away and dominating right away, remember dominating right away, and he starts losing games, it's going to go. It's going to just fail really fast. It's going to fail really fast. Jerry's going to get lost, and they're probably going to fire him, and they're going to find some other kind of solution. I don't know, but the thing again, it's too early to speculate these things. One can only collect and from what they're reading now. What I'm reading now is a coach that is very honest, I must say, a coach that is humble, a coach that is very knowledgeable about the place, like the football tradition of whether. I'm sure he'd be very knowledgeable of the football traditions in England. I'm sure he was very knowledgeable about that. As someone that does his homework for sure. The fact that he knows that the fans want to hear, the local fans in particular, want to hear certain things, these are good things. This means that, he is definitely on his way to being a coach that understands the nuances of football, the nuances of football. But he's clearly not there yet, as he is saying. Right, he doesn't have the confidence of a Mourinho. He doesn't have the confidence of an Ancelotti. He doesn't have the confidence of a Spalletti. He doesn't have the confidence of a Sarri. He doesn't have the confidence, even of a Gasperini. He doesn't have the confidence. He doesn't have the confidence of, a Klopp. He doesn't have the confidence of any these coaches that have had a lot of experience essentially. So he's still fairly a new coach, and he knows that he has lots to learn. It's positive that he acknowledges this stuff. You can't knock that. You have to give him praise for that. But yeah, anyway, let's keep on going.
Andiamo da Letizia con le domande.
Letizia for Ruben Amorim. There will also be another moment for questions. Benvenuto. In 2026 in football, I think human feeling are important. Enrique Guardiola, the human feeling has been missing here in Milan. Dreaming of that kind of people, human people, great communicators to communicate with fans. So in Casablanca, you had a difficult situation to pay rents for the players. Now here we have other problems, but how do you think you can show yourself to players? Did you talk to players that may have some doubts? Come Magnan and Rabiot, they may not stay. What can you give from the human point of view to the lockers room that has to find itself back?
I think if I can say that, I think Portuguese culture and Italian culture is all about the connection, the touch, the feeling. I'm also like that. I'm that kind of coach. Of course, when you win games, it's easier to have a connection. Of course, I will have problems with my players because they are not playing. I want that problems. If you are okay with not playing, we have a big problem. But my connection with the players is always close. I will be honest with my players all the time. Sometimes I will not be fair because that is impossible, but I will be honest with the players. And I think, as a former player, that is the best way to win the trust of the players. And then when you have connections with the team, all the flaws that the team or the squad have, we can hide this kind of flaws. So what I can say is that I'm like you guys, really into the connection, the human side, the worry with their families. We have an excellent team with Giacomo and Tommaso. All these guys, they are taking care of the players.
4th of July savings are at the Home Depot. It's game time.
Home Depot!
So trim it like Trey. Set it like Seth.
Their lives, we have everything under control. And then we need to also to have an attractive way of playing because they like that, and we'll try to give opportunities to them to play. If they feel that they can play, if they work for it, I think is going to be good for the team, and they will help each other to be better.
Dal foglio con Umberto.
Il foglio Umberto
Yo, you have to see Jerry's face. Jerry is like, bro, who the fuck did we hire? I thought this guy was going to be a badass and say all the most badass things ever. Right? Like, Jerry looks... he looks perplexed. But, yeah, so actually I do like what he said there. It is true. You need to be honest with your players, and you need to have that honest relationship with them. To build that connection, and especially with the players that don't play much, you have to be honest with them, because that helps with the locker room. So yeah, that's good. I agree with that. He kind of he's kissing a little bit of our asses there with I know you Italians, I'm not Portuguese, and you guys like, okay, bruh, you don't need to pander to us, okay? Chill out.
Belloni, please. Good afternoon. You said you will start slowly, but when will we see your game, your style? How much time do we have to wait?
I hope that you guys can see something since the beginning, and I know how football works. There is no time. Of course, this is a long project. But of course, when we start the first game of the season, we need to play in a way that the allenatore explained to the players. That is clear. So when
Okay, mistake number one. It's not allenatore, it's mister. See? Mistake number one. So you already made a mistake as far as technical communication. It's not allenatore, it's mister.
I say slowly, what I'm thinking is that we cannot change everything. The idea of the tifosi in one day. When I say slowly is that we are going to convince people slowly, but the way we want to play, we need to put full gas in the preseason. In the first game of the season, we need to have a clear idea how to play, and like we talk in all the meetings, we want to be dominant, and we will try to do that since the first day.
Luca Mignani, Il Giorno.
Luca Mignani from Il Giorno. Good afternoon.
I mean, he's right. Like that should be the objective of every coach. You know, like you have an idea, you want to implement it right away. Yeah, let's see if he can do it.
Pulisic. Is he going to be important in your Milan? The way he plays, very flexible, and will it be important to recover him, because he's not been scoring since last year, and also the World Cup? Well, he was not brilliant.
Sorry, what was the name? I didn't.
Pulisic.
Pulisic is a really talented player. Of course, he had an injury again in the World Cup. That is something that we need to assess. But is perfect for the way I think football, especially here in Italy. Sometimes with the teams defending so well with less space between the lines, is a player that can make the difference in that kind of space. I have a clear idea where I want him to play, especially with the right. I will give you something. The right foot on the left side, I think, is the perfect position for him. He can play on the other side also, but all.
All right, guys. Okay, guys, that's confirmation right there. Leao is sold. I think, and this is now 100% confirmation, guys. Everything was said in between the lines. And I think the reason they were able to pull off that 70, 80 million sale is because they have the guarantee of Leao sale already. So when he was asked about Leao, he said, I don't talk about single players, I only talk about the team. That means, but when he was asked about Modric, he said, I'll go and get Modric by myself. Tell me where you are, I'll go get him. Pulisic, hey, let me tell you a secret. I want him to play on the left so he can come back into the right. So he pretty much told us in this press conference, without telling us, that Leao is finito at Milan, and the club has intention to let him go, and Leao is not in not part of the team anymore. So that was a good reveal. There you go, guys. Leao is out, and they're not even thinking of him tactically.
More times inside and not on the line. So I think the important thing is I know the strengths of Pulisic. I believe in him. He will be supported in our club. I know he had some problems with elimination in the World Cup. They criticize Pulisic, but we are here telling him that we believe a lot in him and we want to recover him from the last injury, and we have a clear plan for him to use all the qualities that he has. So I can say to you that Pulisic is really important for us. I said that I will not talk about individual. I just speak about individual.
Andiamo da Pietro Mazzara.
Pietro Mazzara.
Did you hear what he said? I know I didn't. I wasn't going to talk about individuals, but oh my God, dude, this guy's a nerd. He's like one of those guys in the classroom that. Okay, I'm still waiting to hear from someone to define what success looks like this season. What are the objectives? Yeah. He said the objective is to dominate, not to win trophies. The objective is, Cardinale told him, you got to play high press, you got to play attacking football, and it's going to look good. And you got to win. That's the objective that Cardinale gave him. I was disappointed in the way Leao performed in the World Cup. I was expecting more. Yeah, I mean, he's never done that much with the national team, to be honest. He was playing very scared against Spain. Thoughts on Gila? I said it before. Look, if we add Gila on to Tomori, Gabi, and Pavlovic, then I think it's correct to say that our defensive department is stronger. If we take out Gabbia, Pavlovic, or Tomori, one of these players, and then we put Gila in there, then it's more or less the same. Nothing really changes. Maybe a little bit better ball possession. Maybe that, because Pavlovic on the ball is a disaster, and Tomori on the ball is a disaster too. So if you take out Gabbia and you put Gila in there, it's more or less the same, right? Milan conceded less goals than Lazio last year. If you take out Pavlovic and put Gila there, you're going to get a less offensive push because Pavlovic likes to push offensively. You're going to get probably less aggression on that side, but you're going to get better ball control. And same thing on Tomori's side. If you put Gila's on Tomori's side, you're going to lose a little bit of that aggression and that forward inertia, but you're going to get better ball control. So if you add him onto our roster, then you can say we have depth. But if you take one out and put one in, it's the same shit. Like what changes? Tomori's on his way out. Yeah, I read that. Yeah. Let's see. I'm still waiting to read that. Okay. Majority of Portugal players are very average. Like they have Felix starting. Yeah, I mean, Felix was a major flop with us. We're looking at Ignacio. Yeah, I saw that. I've been hearing that for the past 4 years. I've also seen the same guy play a Allegri ball last season. This guy, he did a Allegri ball? Is that what you're talking about? Van Dijk would be a great signing. That would be an awesome signing because he would definitely bring in aura, confidence, experience. That would be a great signing, yeah. I don't know if it's going to happen, but that'd be a great signing. All right, let's keep on going.
Siamo alle battute finali.
Okay, I think last questions, please. Good afternoon, Ruben. Okay, we don't want to talk about individuals, but in general, as far as the team is concerned, the company reacted with Gonzalo Ramos, we have Kila coming, and do you have a deadline to have the complete team on the table? Because for a new coach working with the complete team, well, this is very important to do as quickly as possible. It is an advantage on the long term.
I think the biggest problem is that we have players in the World Cup still, and some of them they were eliminated now. They will have to have time to rest, and I will not have all the players in the preseason. I could tell you if we start the season with this squad, I will be happy. I don't know what is going to happen, but that is the most important thing. I'm really relaxed with that. Of course, we are going to face a very strong opponent, but again, I didn't met my players. I have an idea. I saw the guys play in every situation, but I need to feel in training. So more than thinking about what is the deadline to have more players, I just want to start coaching my players. And again, if I have to start tomorrow with this team, I will be happy, and I think we will be competitive with this squad.
Andiamo da Tele Lombardia con Marco.
Tele Lombardia, Marco Conlo, please. Good afternoon, Ruben, and welcome. There's a sentence that Jerry Caldini likes. We don't.
Now, that definitely makes it a little bit harder for Amorim because he's coming in new as a new coach, and he's never worked with these guys. The fact that some of them will come in late, it's going to be a factor for sure, especially for the beginning of the season. It's going to play in. It's going to be a factor, no doubt about it. Whether it's negative or normal, that's what we got to see. But at least you can say that it's not a problem that only Milan is going to have. Inter is going to have this issue too with players coming in very late. A bunch of teams are going to have that with some key players coming in quite late. So it's not a problem that only Milan has. The difference is that he is completely new to the environment, completely new to the country, new to the environment, doesn't speak the language. He has still so much to grow still.
Have to play not to lose. We have to play to win. Can you tell us what the difference is between playing to win and playing not to lose?
I know that, guys. I can say to you the way I want to play. I know where you want to go. I have a huge respect for Mr. Allegri. One more than me. He's so experienced. What I can say, I will not talk about the past, the way Milan played. I can say the way I want to play, and the way we want to play is with the ball. We want to dominate the opponent. I know that sometimes we are going to defend. This team defend really well. We have different ideas, and that is normal. Every coach has some different ideas. I have ideas. Then I'm going to change a little bit when I see my players close. They will give me ideas, but I can talk about the principles. And the principles is we want to recover the ball really fast. We want to entertain the fans. We want to be excited to watch. I know that in the beginning, with all the information that we'll give, is going to be a little bit in the beginning hard for the players. We know all of that, but that principle is clear. When you want to win the game, when you have that responsibility, and that comes with coaching big teams, you cannot run away from the fact that you need to win, that a draw is like losing. And that's what we are going to do, is to try to score goals and to be dominant.
Yeah, I mean, already there, like, it's not really the correct answer, technically speaking. Because if you want to go far into a tournament, you kind of have to be able to do everything. Yeah, some games you're going to be forced to. You're going to have to know how to play them, not to lose them, because you're not going to dominate every team, bro. Like it doesn't work like that. And there's going to be these games that are going to catch him off guard in the middle of the afternoon in some stadium that nobody gives a shit about. That of a team that only Serie A fans know that exists, and he's going to get caught in those games. He's going to get caught. He was like, I thought we were going to dominate, but these guys are catching us in the counterattack every single fucking time. I thought these teams weren't going to be able to do that. Now, you got to be smart about it. You can't just go all out and attack. It doesn't work like that. I mean, maybe in Portugal you can do that shit, but in Italy, unless you have a really, really good roster, like let's say Napoli, when Napoli had won the Scudetto, they played a very offensive style of football. They were playing beautiful football, but they had a really good roster, a team that was together for a long time. They had Spalletti as a coach that plays that kind of football. They got lucky to get Vice Verasquilla. They had Osimhen, Lobotka, Anguissa, Zelinski in the midfield. Those are seasoned players that play at a certain level. If you want to dominate the whole season, bro, you're stupid because it's not real. Like, he's not being realistic here. I wish you would have been more honest about that. Yeah, of course, you want to play good football, but sometimes you have to fucking defend, and sometimes you have to play not to lose.
Facciamo le ultime due, iniziamo con Longo.
Two more questions, Mr. Longo. Good afternoon and welcome to Milan in AC Milan. Now, you talked about a different football versus the one we saw in the previous season, because every coach brings about his own ideas. Now, there were no European commitments, but apart from the deadlines and the timing, I mean, you did great so far, but how many new players do we need for your game? So you use plenty of three-quarters, external players, or do you think to reassess the previous players, Saelemaekers, for example?
There are some players that Musa was not here. He's going to stay with us. He was on low, and Shuku is going to be with us because he's 1-against-1, and I think we need players that can go 1-against-1. We have Saelemaekers can play on the right but also on the left, because I watched some games that he played in the past, and he likes to play on the left, and maybe to go 1-against-1 he can be dangerous on that side. We have some kids, Aurelien, a lot of Idrissi, Cisse is going to start to the preseason. We have Komoto in the middle, so I have no idea what is going to happen, but I named like 5-6 players that they were not in the squad. They will be in the preseason, and in that moment I don't care where they are coming from. If they play well, if they train well, if they give us some characteristics that I feel that we don't have in the moment, they will win a spot in the squad. So before we are looking just outside of the club, we are going to look inside, and then we will see in the end of the preseason, we are going to see what happened, and then we have to be careful with the money because the owner is here, and we need to follow the budget and be careful with that. So, but I think again, Gonçalo Ramos was a big message. We want to do things properly and to choose really well the players, but we also want to evaluate our young kids, and that players like Musa and Chuko, that I feel that they have quality to be in our squad and give us alternatives to play in the different systems.
By the way, again, he broke his own rule. He said he's not going to play about individual. He's not going to talk about individual players. Yeah. This guy is saying Musa and Chuk are back. No. He said he has no clue what's going to happen. He's like a little kid. He's kind of like a kid. he acts like a child a little bit. No? Don't you think he's a little bit childish? Even what he said, the owner is here. We got to be careful how much we spend. Like, I don't know. He doesn't give me a man vibe. You know, he gives me a little bit of a. But I don't know. I don't know. These things are just, you can read into these things, and then on the field it's completely different. So I don't want to say that based on my opinion, based on what I'm seeing here, that this guy is not going to let the team play good or he's going to fail. But for sure there are some concerns. And then we all know that the arching background issue is still the ownership that has this, that is not knowledgeable about the sport. And we know he doesn't know what he's doing. We know that he doesn't... we know that he didn't even know what he bought when he bought it. So these things are still there. Honestly, the more I think about it, add a amateur, non-knowledgeable ownership with a not confident coach that is still saying he's essentially a student of the game, plus two guys that come from foreign leagues, mid-table leagues. Like, you can't really expect too much out of this. Like, it's definitely this is not a team of Avengers, right? You can't say this is a team of Avengers. This is a team of apprentice Avengers. They're all like learning their trade on the spot. Send Chuku to say it, Roy, he's not going to talk about individuals, aka right? The rest talk free. What do you mean?
Andiamo da Pietro Balzano.
Pietro Balzano.
Benvenuto al Milan.
Welcome to Milan. During this conference, you said you made mistakes. So in Manchester, for example. So what are the mistakes that you don't have to repeat here in Milan? And what about the Manchester experience? What are you bringing from Manchester here in Milan? Thank you.
The first thing is it's hard to explain the mistakes, because for that I would have to explain all the context of the last adventure. And sono allenatore del Milan, parlo del Milan.
Sono il mister del Milan, non l'allenatore. Sono il mister del Milan. Okay. I want to ask you, with Fulani leaving, do you see Jerry spending in higher prices? Relative to what the revenue is, no. I think it's always going to be the same.
It's hard to say to you every mistakes. The only thing I can say is that I learned a lot, and I did some mistakes, and I didn't have the opportunity. And I'm sorry for that. I didn't have the opportunity to say something to the Manchester United fans at the moment, and I'm really proud to be their coach for a year in that time. But now it's a different history. There are a lot of things that I could do better in the last experience. But sometimes it's like that. You need to learn to find the right spot to reach a different level, and that's my thinking here. Your second question's.
He just admitted it. He just said it. Yeah, I'm coming here to learn. I learned there. This obviously he has a goal. This is, one thing I can tell. He wants to become a great coach, like every coach, right? He knows he's not there. He knows that this is going to be a learning experience. He was really honest about it right here.
Sorry,
La seconda domanda è
Yes,
cosa...
on
insegnato l'esperienza di Manchester?
what will you bring from Manchester as a lesson here to Milan?
Medicine isn't about sickness. Medicine is about health.
Commercial.
It's what I told you. It's the same. What I told you. Everyone learns from the experience. I learn a lot. I did some mistakes. I will try to change. There are some things you will never change. But I think I will be a better allenatore. That's all.
Grazie a tutti, grazie a Jerry Cagnani.
Thank you so much, Jerry. Thank you, Ruben. Thank you so much, and once again, welcome to AC Milan.
Overall, I'm a little bit underwhelmed. I love Amorim as a human, but he's too tactical, too focused on his way of playing, no free flowing like Fabregas. I don't know much about how he plays, so but I can understand the idea. Like, obviously, the idea is universal: high press, offensive football, win the ball right away. Now, I'm a little bit underwhelmed with his personality. He doesn't come off as someone that is very confident in what he is about to do. He's coming off as someone that, honestly, he doesn't know what's going to happen. And he is going into this... it looks like he's saying, I'm going into this completely blind. Hopefully I can hit the bullseye. That's what it kind of sounds like. So I think that side of it is underwhelming. I do want to agree with you about the human aspect. I like him as a human being because he's very honest. He's very down to earth. He does his homework. He has respect for people. He knows where he is as a coach. He knows, he tries to be a little bit of a politician, but, like with the Leao thing, that was totally politics right there. And also with something else I just forgot, but whatever. He does have a little bit of that in him. Overall, I don't see an imposing character, a character that has a lot of aura. I don't see a character that can really take a hold of a locker room like Milan and dominate in Italy. Because it's just very difficult to do it. Like he said, the last coach that had success, foreign coach, was Lido. We're talking about Lido. Guys, Lido, I bet none of us, maybe two of us in this chat were born when Lido was coaching Milan. That's how long, we were talking about a long time ago, bro. So at least he knows these things. He knows the difficulties that he is coming into. He knows that Serie A has a lot of traps. He has, unlike Jerry, he has respect for Serie A. That's an important thing. Jerry has no respect for anything. Jerry just thinks he's the boss and he's the man. Unfortunately, the negative to me, I'll tell you what the positives are and the negatives to me. The negative to me is that we have a very weak ownership, and the management. What have the DS and the technical director done? Like that can be at the level of anything of AC Milan, right? Nothing. So maybe they had a little bit of success here and there by selling a few players, or maybe they won a secondary cup in Europe, or I don't know. What have they done? So you have all these foreign entities that come from mid-table experiences or mid to higher table mid-high table experiences. A management, an ownership that is completely delusional, out of their head, out of their depth, and a coach that is absolutely not confident at all in his abilities to make this work. He knows what the task is. He knows what the job is. But does he come across as like, yes, and it's going to work with me? I didn't feel that. I felt more like, yeah, it's 50-50. It might work or it might not work. I don't know how well that translates in the locker room. I don't know. Now, he did say he likes the way his relationship with players was really good. I like what he said that. And also, Jerry should take notes, because Jerry said that he doesn't want to have any relationships with the players. The players are there to work, and he's there to sign checks. That is a terrible approach. That is a terrible, terrible, terrible approach. But Berlusconi knew everything about his players. He knew about the wife, the children, the cousins, the aunts, the best friends. Jerry is such an amateur at this, guys. Guys, running a football club of this level takes so much more than just what happens on the field. The players you buy, the coach you get. There's so much more to it. Because at the end of the day, you're competing against other teams that are good. Okay? You're not special. Everyone is special. Everyone is special. And it's really about, at the end, who runs things the best wins. Who does things the best wins. That's normal. That's how it is. The team that works the best, it wins. There it is. So yeah. Still early to say what my predictions are, or to have any analysis, technical analysis. Gonzalo Ramos, guys, could be a great signing, or could end up being a flop. Hard to tell. He is a good age, 25 years old. He is a national team player. If Cristiano Ronaldo wasn't there, he would be the starter. These are definitely positive things. His goal tally so far has been pretty poor, but let's see what he looks like when he's playing 90 minutes. Pulisic, obviously, Leao is out. We found out. That's one of the things we found out about this conference, that Leao is not going to be part of the project. So he wants to put Pulisic on the right and Chukwueze on the left. So you're telling me our trident is going to be Pulisic, Ramos, and Chukwueze, right? Because he's going to play with three on top, or maybe with two playmakers. I don't know. I don't know, because we got to see the other teams. We just got to see what the other teams look like by the end of it. Pulisic, Ramos, Chukwueze. Then in the midfield, is Rabiot going to stay? Modric, 42 years old. 42 years old, Modric, in the midfield. So you're going to have Salamakers and Chukwueze are going to have to play this together. If you're going to play a 3-4-3, you have to play Salamakers in the midfield line. He's going to have to play Salamakers and Chukwueze together. We still have to find out whether this Cisse is good. Idris Cisse. I don't know. I've seen his highlights. They're not bad. And they bought also some Bosnian kid, right? I think they bought a Bosnian kid, yeah. Or maybe not. The more I think about it, the more I connect the dots, I think it's not going to be a great team. I don't think it's going to be a great team. But it's still a little bit early to say. Because I think they could be. Honestly, we still have a lot of time to build a team. They could either stumble into building a good team, or they could build a good team. But if you think about... Yeah, is Rabiot going to stay? Do we know if Rabiot is going to stay? Musa and Chukwueze, have they grown? Have they developed? Have they gone into that next level? Musa was rejected by Atalanta, so Atalanta didn't find him useful in their team, even after selling Ederson, by the way. So keep that in mind. They sold Ederson, and they still didn't want Musa. So that tells me that Musa has not taken a step up. Musa has pretty much stayed the same level. As far as Chukwueze goes, I know that in more than 20 games, he scored 3 goals and 4 assists, I think. Those are obviously low numbers for a winger, but those are the kind of same numbers he had with Milan, more or less. So based on that information, he hasn't grown ever. I don't know, guys. We'll see. We'll see. But so this is the new coach. What do you guys think? Are you convinced with what you heard from him? Do you think he can be good? Do you think he is the right guy for the job? What do you guys think? I'm curious to know. Are you satisfied with what you heard from him? Does he give you victory vibes? Do you see him, if you were in a locker room, would you see him as the general? Right? Would you see him as the general? Redbird wants us to go 7 years without UCL again. Let me know, guys. Let me know what you... He literally said what Fonseca said. Yeah, and it's the same project. It's literally the same project. I can't see this going any way but badly, to be honest. You could bring in Pep Guardiola and nothing going to change because of who owned the club. Yeah, that issue, guys, it won't go away. I don't see how that it can go away. But anyway, guys, as I said, very good news. If you check Longoni's video that he posted about 2 days ago with Martinelli and another lawyer guy that works in football, the Milan dossier is being spread around, right? When a company, when people inquire about buying a company or a corporation, that corporation compiles a dossier, and they send it around to possible inquirers, to possible buyers. So that is a positive thing, that there is a dossier, a Milan dossier, and it is being spread around. Now, that doesn't mean that the club is going to get sold anytime soon, or it could. Who knows? But the positive thing, the thing that you need to get out of that, is that when people are asking, can I have information about the club? I'm interested. They're not closing the door on them. They're not saying, sorry, the club is not for sale. They're giving them information. So that is good. That is positive. Okay, so I think that covers everything regarding the press conference, Gila and Gonzalo Ramos. What else? The Liberali situation was a complete fiasco. I hope Liberali gets space in Como. Other things to mention, I guess, would be that something that he did not say in the press conference. He did kind of allude to it, but he didn't say it. Is that Camarda and Comoto? He mentioned Comoto, which is interesting. Comoto is interesting because I watched the U19, the Italy U19 team, and the captain and the midfield, the captain of that team is Sala. Sala is a Milan player, and he plays the same position as Comoto. He is better than Comoto. Comoto is younger. Sala is older. Sala plays in the Futuro, but Sala is a captain of the Italian U19 team, and I don't know why they're not looking at Sala either. Sala is good. Comoto is in the bench. Sala is the one playing for the national team. But anyway, Comoto has a great future in front of him if they let him play. So these are good things. He wants to lock in Camarda. He wants to lock in Comoto. Those were good, positive things. One thing he didn't talk about, which was very concerning, but maybe if he was asked, he probably would have had a positive response, was about the Italian block. He didn't talk about the Italian block. But I think if someone would have asked him, his answer would have probably been correct. At least he wouldn't be afraid to play young players. Well, let's see. Let's see if he's going to try them at first, and then let's see if he decides to give them responsibilities. Because you know what happens? These coaches, they start to think, what did he say? He said, I got to think about myself. Didn't he say that? No, he said, I'm not going to think about myself. I have to think about Milan, what's right for Milan. Right? I don't know about that. I think coaches, at a certain point, are going to think about not getting fired. And if he sees that Serie A is more difficult and harder than what he thinks, and then all of a sudden he panics with young players, we might not see any young players. He's not going to play them because he's going to be worried that the young players might cost him games, and then he's going to lose his job. That is something. It could happen. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying it could happen. I hope he does, though. Honestly, I really hope he is a coach that will give Camarda space, will give Comotto space. I hope Zeroli stays. I want to see the Milanista Italian core. You need it. We've always needed it. It's always been there from day one. The only time it's not been there is these banter period and now. We kind of had it under Maldini. There was starting to build it. We had Florenzi, we had Tonali, we had Calabria. We had Mirante, we had Maldini. It wasn't a super strong Italian core. We had Romagnoli, Gabbia, but there was an Italian core there. We need to build a really strong Italian core. You have to. What are your thoughts on this Bosnian kid? Yeah, I saw him play against Italy. I mean, he's okay. He's all right. It's not. I wasn't with my jaws on the ground, but he's a good winger. He's a dangerous player. Let's check out, guys, some highlights, because I haven't done that since I have a little bit more time. Let's start with Gonzalo Ramos, guys. Let's check some highlights from this guy. Let's see what we think. Hold on. Let me know. I don't know. No, I sent the links. Let me know if you can see this. All right, we'll do this one. Let's check Gonzalo Ramos, guys. Let's see what this guy's all about. Of course, internet is shit. All right, whatever. It's a mistake of a defender's here. Okay, these are defensive mistakes. Fuck. Maybe I'll have to get a better computer, man. Fuck this. Come on. All right. That's a nice goal. Good control there. Small spaces. That's a very futsal kind of goal. That's good control. It's clever the way he uses his body there. His technique is not bad. He has... That's a bullet, man. Jesus Christ. His head must have fucking become hurt like hell. Okay, those are tap-ins. We don't give a shit about tap-ins. Okay, yeah. I mean, he looks like a normal striker. I mean, he doesn't look like he's a top striker. He's a normal striker. We'll have to see what his attitude is on the pitch, what that looks like. But, I mean, he's got some good goals. Like, this is a good goal. This is a very futsal goal, even this one here. Like, when you shoot right away. That's a clever goal, too. If he did the pass there, that was a good pass, yeah. He has a good ability to put the ball under his foot like that. These are good goals. This section of the highlight reel is better. Header, whatever. It's an open header. A defender can score that. Overhead kick. This is with a U21. Or the U19 maybe. It's nice. It's a good play. This is with Benfica where they play all that football that Jerry loves. Jerry wants to see this. This is what Jerry wants to see in Italy. This kind of football here. This Portuguese type of football. Good control there. Good turn too. I think that was the assist. Good assist. I think it's not looking bad, I'll be honest. The first part of the highlight reels weren't that impressive. This is better. This is better. But I mean, if you see the highlights reels of, there are a lot of players that that a lot of you guys, or I don't even rate. You look at their highlight reels as strikers, it's probably some of them are better than this one. Yeah. He's got a good technique for sure, no doubt about that. Again, one of the good positive things is if Cristiano Ronaldo wasn't in the national team, he'd be the starter as the striker. Obviously, he's not as good as the French players that he used to play with because he was a bench player. That's a nice goal. If he can produce in Italy, we'll see. I mean, 80 million is a little bit crazy for me because I think 80 million is going to make sense if he scores like 20, 25 goals. And if he likes top scorer. But if he scores like 10, 11 goals or even 12 goals for 80 million, it's like, bro, that's crazy. You don't need to spend that much money for those amount of goals. Also depends what kind of goals, right? Because, remember Giroud. Giroud is a World Cup winner, Champions League winner. He's got so much pedigree. Giroud is a champion. Why is Giroud a champion? Because that season when we won the Scudetto, two of his biggest goals were against the two teams that we were fighting against, Inter and Napoli. That year we were fighting it against Inter and Napoli when we beat Napoli because of Giroud's goal. Napoli then kind of dropped. And then when we beat Inter, we put pressure on them, and that was Giroud, right? We paid 1 million for that. We paid 1 million for that. So we're paying 80 million for what it is to be found out. If we're paying 80 million for players to score against Cagliari in a game that means nothing, then it's a failure. But if we're paying 80 million, I mean, honestly, after Giroud, if you're paying 80 million, you're hoping for a player that is going to fucking be the MVP. Okay, he has to be the MVP of the Serie A, and he has to be top goal scorer of Serie A. That's the only, like, why else would you pay 80 million? You're going to pay 80 million. If you're going to pay 80 million for a player, you expect him to be top goal scorer and MVP of the Serie A. Because players in Serie A do not get bought for 80 million. We sell players for 80 million in the Serie A. We don't buy players for 80 million in the Serie A. So once you buy a player for 80 million, that's what we expect. You cannot say, I'm paying 80 million for him, and he's going to have the same goals and assists as Chukwueze. But aside those factors there, let's say if we spent maybe 30 million for him, or 34 million, 35 million for him, it would maybe be a little bit more digestible, I would say. Or like, okay, yeah, I mean, you can say, because it doesn't even put that much pressure on the player. 80 million? Wow. Now, there is something that needs to be said, because I'm seeing a lot online, people saying, we could have paid, if we're paying 80 million for him, we could have paid 80 million for an Osimhen, for this guy, and for the other guy. Okay, but we are paying him the average AC Milan salary, right? So those other strikers that cost 80 million or 100 million, whatever not, their salaries are not your average AC Milan salary. So that is something also that needs to be said and noted, that Gonzalo Ramos is not getting a Premier League or La Liga type of salary. He's getting the AC Milan salary cap deal. I wouldn't. I don't see him as that kind of guy. He seems like a serious person. Hold on, let me close some shit in the background so this runs better. Okay, anyway, highlights. Overall, I like what I'm seeing. He has power. He has good close control. There were some moments where he scored these goals that are very futsal kind of goals, where you, in a really small pocket of space, you move a ball and you shoot right away. So that's good, because you're going to need that, especially in Serie A. That's a positive thing. As far as his overall technique, not bad. It's not bad. I mean, he is the starter for the national team, for the Portuguese national team, if you get Cristiano Ronaldo out. So that says a lot. His price tag gives him big expectations. I think because of his price tag, if he is not a player that is decisive in big games, and if he's not a player that is amongst the top scorers in Serie A, then his price tag will have to put him in the category of flop. Because, guys, we can't just say, all right, we spent 80 million on this guy, but we don't expect much from him. You can't do that. That's not allowed. That's against the rules. You can't do that. You can't say, I'm going to buy this player for 80 million, something that in Serie A rarely happens, and then be like, yeah, but I don't expect too much. First season, he's got to learn. No. If you pay 80 million for a player in Serie A, he needs to be MVP. He needs to be a top G right away. You cannot fucking do that. You can't be like 80 million, okay, well, let's not put too much pressure on him. So that needs to be said. All Portuguese have good technique, nothing special there. Yeah, the technique is not going to matter so much. It's more about, there's going to be a lot of factors that are going to matter. First of all, how strong is the team mentally, how well the structure of the club is, and who the providers are. If Chukwueze has 4 assists a year, I don't think Mr. Gonzalo Ramos can score many goals. Pulisic is a guy that can get double-digit assists. Like I think he's done that, so we can. I guess Pulisic is where he's going to get his goals from. But if you're relying on the Mr. 4 assists a year Chukwueze, he's not going to score many goals, right? And then the mental aspect. The Serie A is not. People say Serie A is a mediocre league when it's in Europe. When they're playing against other European teams, yeah, Serie A struggles, but that's got nothing to do with what Serie A is internally. Oh, I forgot about Nkunku. Pulisic, Nkunku, and Gonzalo Ramos. Okay, that sounds better. That definitely sounds better. With this management, even Mbappe will flop. This club is gone until it gets sold and somebody restores it. That's what I think. That's it. Essentially, in not many words, that's exactly how I see it, and how I've been seeing it for a long time. All right, guys, let's check this this other guy we got. What's his name? Cisse. Idris Cisse. Oh, Alfagio Cisse. Okay, here we go. So Cisse is a youngster, Italian citizen. He hasn't featured much for the national teams, but it's mostly because this season he got injured. Oh, that's a nice free kick. Was that clean? Or did it get a... Can't tell. But anyway, he played at Catanzaro. Okay. Hello. All right. Okay. Dribbling through a bunch of players. Okay. Hello. What the fuck was that? What is this? Boom. Mamma mia, ragazzi. Come on. Let's look at that again. Okay, that's a great run, by the way. But this one here, look at that. This is fucking show me the money kind of shit. One more time. Okay, this is a good run going through players. Look at that. Nice execution of space. And this, guys, what the fuck is this? This is Vice Veraskelia kind of shit. Okay, all right. I guess we don't need Leao, guys. Let's see what he does here. Okay, he doesn't have that crazy pace, but it's timing and space. Oh, mamma mia, ma cos'è? What the fuck was this? Guys, who the fuck is this guy? All right, I can dig this. Holy crap, look at that goal. Wow. He's got some good numbers. Good moves. Okay, nutmeg. He's left winger. Oh, yeah, look at that. I like it. This guy should have been born in Brazil. This guy is how Brazilians wish they had played today. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. What a ball. By the way, I think that's Liberali. Was that Liberali that passed him the ball? Liberali also went to Catanzaro. Maybe that's Liberali there that gave him the assist. I don't know. Maybe not. Anyway, nice goal. He obviously lacks that. I mean, does he lack the speed? It doesn't look like he needs it. Oh, yes. Come on. Oh, guys. This guy's good. His goals don't look great, but his his dribblings are nice. Now, if he defends, okay, there you go. Defending and scores. Oh, shit. Dude, everything is a fucking highlight. Dude, this guy's going to be a highlight reel merchant. Guys, the TikTok is going to love this motherfucker. Dude, TikTok is going to love this guy. Look at this. What? Dude, TikTok is going to love this guy. Everything he does is a TikTok highlight reel. Oh, look at that. Just goes through a fucking million players. He doesn't give a shit. Front of goal. Nice composure. What the hell was that? Wow. Took the goalkeeper by surprise. Oh, look at him. Look at him, man. They're fucking doing pirouettes in front of the defense. It's like, look at this shit. He's doing the Zidane in front of the box. Look at that. What? His friends in the stands with the fucking phone doing videos of him. Everything is guys, we don't. This is why this is why they weren't talking. This is why Lau said, "Yeah, I'm out of here." This guy's gonna fucking take over the left wing. And he's Italian, and he's a Milanista. Imagine if we had Liberali with him too. I'm liking this. I'm sold. This guy should be worth 80 million, not fucking Gonzalo Ramos. The fuck? Oh man, look at that. He shields the ball. Remember, this guy's a youngster. Yeah, he's a U19. We're not talking about a 25-year-old that played for PSG for the past 3 years. We're talking about a youngster. Oh, we got a champion here, guys. This is a champion. Guys, I can see them right away. Like, I can see them right away. I need 3 seconds to tell if the player's a champion or not. Personality, I like that. This is Primavera. It's all Primavera stuff. Okay, whatever. Primavera stuff, take you with a grain of salt. But the stuff he was doing with Catanzaro and Serie B, that was great. Oh, yeah. Double step overs. Look at that. He's got fast feet, great control, shields a ball. I gotta see what his assist game looks like. His dribbling obviously is great. His goal scoring, aside some really crazy goals, is okay. His assist game, oh shit. His assist game, I can't tell because this a reel doesn't have any assists. Yeah, we got a little jewel here, guys. We got a little diamond for sure. This is a diamond. We got a little diamond. Nice. Yeah, very smart with the way he keeps the ball in space like that. It's not easy to do, huh? This guy's ready to play with the big guys for sure. He's ready to play in Serie A. Ooh, nice shot. So he got injured, and Liberali came and kind of took his spot. And Liberali had a really good season with Catanzaro, almost making it into Serie A. This is when he was younger. He wasn't as good when he was younger, but he had a huge jump by the time he got to Serie B. You can tell that he was a little bit ripe when he was in Primavera here. Gotta see what his assist game looks like though. Is this highlight reel not going to show that at all? Okay, penalties. Strong penalties, all right. Okay, so he's a penalty taker. Nice. Look at that. Pass it. Yeah, there you go. No way he gets out of this. Got a foul. Nice. Oh, got a foul there. Yeah, let's build this player up. Leao, this guy's hungry. He's going to be hungry. He's got the skills. He's got crazy skills. I'm curious to see what his assist game looks like. Because who's this?
It's me, Roy. What's good, bro, brother? What's good,
Clint.
bro? Yes, sir. You
How you
already
doing,
know. Yo, chill. I clicked on the WhatsApp chat, and the first thing I saw, like, StreamYard. I was like, oh, hell yeah. We haven't talked in a while, bro. All these shenanigans.
That was 3 hours ago.
It's fine. I mean, I just got off. Like, I left the office. I was working too. Some of us have jobs. You have to pay Uncle Sam, right?
I forgot about jobs, yeah. Yeah, I just saw. Do you see the Cisse guy? Damn.
No, I have not.
Mamma
And what we're
mia.
supposed to do? Are we getting him? Is he with Milan? What's going on?
Yeah, we bought him.
But then it's cool looking at that. But then the real question or the real thesis here is under what environment he's going to grow. Because we can look at videos of a Camarda and all that stuff of that world, but if it's a whole debacle, then it's pointless. Would you not agree?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's the underlying issue with Milan. You know, you can't avoid that. That's the problem with Milan. Like anything you say about Milan, it always comes down to that. It always comes down to the common denominator, which is the biggest problem, the ownership,
Because
the
when you
kind of
look at
environment.
because when I look at Liberali, when I look at like Kerkez of the world, it means at one point the scouting was decent enough that like those split we had, they were all in our Primavera. Now what? See what I'm saying? And it's
Well,
I didn't want
that
to.
was Baldini's team. That was
Yeah,
Baldini's team.
no, but it's I didn't want to talk about this shit, bro. Anyway, I was trying to talk World Cup stuff with you, bro. How you feel about this stuff?
The World Cup. Egypt
Yes,
needs to
sir.
Egypt needs to apologize for yesterday's shenanigans, because it was nothing of that was controversial. The calls were all good, and they made it political. They made it as if now FIFA is rigged. They need to apologize. That coach needs to apologize, don't you think?
I think I agree with you to a certain extent because I think in this case Egypt have their own self to blame. They had a 2-0 lead. Yeah, you have your own self to blame. Mind you, the game could have been killed. I do resent a little bit that it was in favor of Argentina because let's be honest.
Why?
Hear me?
Why
No,
was
when
it
I
in
say
favor?
when I mean in favor of Argentina, I feel like Egypt playing any other team, that call on their second goal, like the second goal that they scored that killed the momentum. I
Why?
think other team they just don't let it. I just feel like
That's
they're in bit favor, and I love Messi, so I'm not anti-Messi propaganda. I'm not coming from that camp. It's
but it was
just
a clear foul. Why would any other team not get that call?
yeah, but then when you look at the Salah one, right? I'm just saying,
Okay, the Salah one. What
right?
did you think it was the same?
I feel like there was foul. I feel like there was foul on it. When I look
Okay,
at it, I think there was foul. Yes.
this is the difference. Okay, the
Yeah.
first one, the Egyptian player, I don't know his name, against who was it, Martinez or something, the
Uh huh.
defender.
Yeah.
He stomps on his foot and he's nowhere near the ball. So when he dispossesses Lautaro Martinez, he dispossesses him because he stomps on his foot, but the ball is on the other side of Martinez.
I don't think. I
That
think in
is a
this
foul.
instance,
That is a
no.
foul.
Which,
No?
but I think
What
no.
do you mean
I
no?
mean, if no, 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 it is a foul. It is a
Okay.
foul. But
Okay.
I think what's being argued here, or what fans are arguing from outside,
Yeah, and
is
that I
it's
know.
the amount of it's the time lapse in between
And
that.
that
That's what
is
makes it
not
controversial.
okay. But that shouldn't be controversial because that's part of the rules. If you dispossess a player and then in that possession you end up scoring, if there's a reason to check the VAR because during the dispossession there might have been a foul, the VAR will intervene. This has been the rules forever.
But
We've
at the end of the day, I'm gonna make this a long story short.
hold, but can I
I look
finish?
at no, go ahead. Sorry.
The Salah thing instead. McAllister dispossesses Salah first. McAllister never has any contact with Salah until after he dispossesses him. That the moment that they have contact, Salah already lost the ball. The ball is behind him, and McAllister is going towards the ball. That's a dispossession. So it's completely different plays. They're not the same, and there were good calls, but it's cruel. That's the problem. It's cruel. I get it, but you have to be honest here. Like there was no controversy here. There's no favoritisms. They had French coaches and Norwegian coaches. Wouldn't you think a French coach and a Norwegian coach would rather have Egypt go through?
You mean referee?
Referee, yeah.
Yeah. I mean either or. Either or. I know it's a little bit politicized. I think there's some type of outside of this game, believe it or not. And I love, I'm an Argentinian fan. I was an Argentinian fan, but I'm a Messi fan first and foremost. One of my favorite forwards in the game right now, ever, plays for them in Argentina as well. So I'm not on the side of, but I do feel a little bit that there's a bit of favoritism just on certain things. Like, the first, Messi having that foul at the beginning of the cup, similar to Balogun not getting a red with the studs, which
Okay,
I
but
feel, wait,
hold
wait,
on, Clint.
no, hold on, before I continue, which I feel like is not even a Messi thing. I think in any big sport event, there's always that superstar factor, right? Like an Mbappe doing a certain foul, they're not going to give him, there's going to be leniency more than a regular player. And I think is being more highlighted on Argentina just because, with all the shenanigans that surround their team, right? So I think that's why a lot of people are vocal about things, but a lot of like big players, they get favoritism. That's true.
Okay,
So
okay,
that's how I
but
look at it.
now that incident with
Uh-huh.
Messi, right? Now, I think people have a good argument to say that should have been a foul. It was a foul, by the way. It was called as a foul. But people maybe said it should have been a red card or a yellow card, right? And then they say the Balogun thing. But then, if you actually do your research and you look at all the games, because there's so many games, there were tons of episodes like that where that weren't even called fouls by players from random teams, right? And someone put an expose of all the times these episodes happened, which were the same. So the truth is, when you look at the whole picture, when you look at every game, the games that don't make the headlines, these kind of episodes happen all the time. So in the whole context of all, the difference is that Messi is highlighted in a different way because it clicks and people
And that's
hate
what I
him.
said. But there's also like the whole racism controversial. That's really what put Argentina right now on the map. This World Cup, at least.
And what is that
You
about?
know.
Like, what is racist? What have they done that is racist?
No, when I mean not the team, but their fans, the monkey chant they've been doing. Now people are highlighting on
They
their
did monkey chants to
history,
who? To who?
to speed.
Okay. Let's talk
Yeah,
about speed. Now,
yeah,
I don't know if they did monkey chants. If they did monkey chants, of course
yeah, they
that's
did.
racist.
Yeah.
That's racist. But there's a lot of people that are upset with Speed. A lot of Argentina, because Speed's whole gimmick is being anti-Argentina and anti-Messi. What do you think the Argentine fans are going to do? They're going to
No,
cheer him on?
but before that, it's just so pretty much what this World Cup did, like at any event, they started digging up the grave, so people became Argentina historians all of this other sudden, and like how they erased their black history. So there's a whole dark cloud on Argentina pretty much in this World Cup. And all South Americans, and it's actually coming from like the South American social media. I say that because my girl's
Because
Colombian, right? So
because
right
they
now,
hate him.
so all South American, they're like Argentinians feel like they're European, and they resuscitate those type of like themes surrounding it's the country as a whole. It's not the team per se. They got nothing against the team, but then again, they go back again on the Enzo Fernandez incident about all that stuff. It's just a lot of things, or they're bringing it back up because also
Why do
the
you think they're
behavior
doing
they
that?
were saying.
Why do you think they're doing that?
I have no idea. I mean,
It's
social media.
because
What do you want me to
It's
say?
because Argentina is winning, and people never hate the winners. If Argentina was a team that didn't win anything, that was the usual Argentina, nobody would be talking about this.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And that's why I said they're highlighted, but still, I don't approve the behavior of the fans. I don't approve of it. I'm not going to generalize
If
as
you're
an
gonna do
entire
if you're
country,
gonna do
but I
monkey
don't.
chants, that's racist.
Yeah,
There's
I'm
no,
not, if they've been doing that, and that's twice. So they did it to him against the Egypt game, but the one that really sparked the whole controversy was against what was it? Argentina against who did they play prior to Egypt? For was it against? Oh no,
Curacao,
no. They played
Capo Verde.
against Capo Verde. So against Capo Verde, the lady right in front of him told him, "Go back to the zoo you came from," like in front of his face, and it's being translated. And she's like, "Yo, go back to your zoo and all that stuff." So it just,
Okay.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. They've
All right,
been
but,
doing some outrageous shit.
whatever.
So,
That's one girl. Doesn't necessarily mean that
but I
every
mean,
Argentinian.
but here's the thing though.
I mean, what?
If you're repeating like look at Enzo Fernandez when they beat Colombia in the Copa America and the chat he has towards France, and the France had nothing to do with Copa America. And what I'm saying
did he
is
say?
like they made so they had a whole song where he had to come and apologize. That's why actually he's a player that's not even really liked, where he said like Mbappe and all these stuff, they come from Africa, they come from Cameroon, they need to go back. It was really kind of derogatory when you translate it, Spanish. It was a whole chant, and he really caught flack for that. And when he went back to Chelsea, that's why they made him sit on the bench, and they put him through, I guess, courses of you know how it is, kind of how they do in America, type of social training. Like, hey, bro. But the problem is not even them. It's just so normalized in that culture that they think when they step out, it's just like, okay, it's okay to say things like that, not knowing people would take offense to it. So I'm not saying that, okay, you can meet, we have, listen, I love Italy, right? Italy is my favorite nation. Italy has its controversies. Italy has its things when you watch
Yeah.
Serie A and all that stuff. But again, are Italians going? If they're going to national tournaments or they're going to just bring more allegations or highlight themselves more, most of the time they usually tend not to do that. I haven't heard about crazy incidents when Italian fans are going
Internationally,
supporting
no.
internationally. That's what I'm saying. But internationally, when your country's already you know in
Okay.
the fire, that's
Right.
so it's and that's what's happening with all of them.
Yeah. I mean,
That's just
okay,
that's what
whatever. Again, like it is something Argentina maybe is like that. It doesn't really, for me, the whole thing about the favoritisms on the pitch. This is not true. This is
But
not
then
true.
explain why. I'm gonna be devil's advocate.
Okay, go
Explain
for
why
it.
all the games are at night. Because I'm gonna represent Eric here. Why all Argentinian games are at night? And it is true. And then the other
I don't
quarterfinals at
know.
night. They're playing all their games at night.
But what other teams have all their games at night?
Shit, nobody. Huh? Yeah,
I know you
sorry.
don't know that.
No, no,
Yeah,
I
you
do.
did you do the research?
Yeah.
Are you saying
Most of
that? Are you
most of
saying
most of most of
okay?
all
No.
the teams that play daytime,
Okay,
they've played
but
all very.
were there other
Argentina played.
Are there other teams that only played at night?
Nope.
You're 100%
Nope.
sure. Like
Yes.
if I fact check this,
Fact check it. Fact check it.
okay,
Fact check it.
let's see.
Throughout the whole tournament. So fact check it.
And you think that playing at night is good for them, but
It
why
gives
isn't it good? Why isn't it good for their opponents?
no because they get time to rest. So some teams have short weeks. They have time to rest when they're playing at night all the time. They're playing the later games, which I also understand. America is prime time. Messi, it can be also like a marketing scheme where like you're gonna get more views. You get to advertise more with your little hydration breaks at night and all that whole yard nine. But that's how I look at it. But you know, I rest my case on that. I like Messi. If Messi wins, I'll be happy because he's also playing really. He's really. I think what I'm liking from them, he's showing what a big, like being not only a captain is, but also like he's justifying his status. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes people are giving titles and they disappear in games. Messi can disappear in games, but when it's time to put his team in his back, especially everything that he endured, being in Argentina, when they didn't want him to play, he retired from the national team. People had a cry. But like when you look at this World Cup compared to the last one, I think this one he really, really put his team on his back. Like he's
too much.
playing with
Yeah.
fucking yeah,
Too
he's which if you remove Messi, I'm not gonna lie to you, as much as they have good players, you remove that team, like Argentina is an average team.
Yeah. They probably don't even go through the group stages. But it's too much. They're way too reliant on Messi.
But they
last-
understood.
Go ahead.
But watch this, Roy. But they understood because I've been following Messi's career since under the U20 back in '05, right? I've been following Argentina for a long time. I'm pretty sure same as you and everything. The struggle Argentina had, that's the struggle actually Portugal has right now. Is Argentina, if you remember in the day when they had the Riquelme, the Cambiaso, the problem with Argentina, they would try to make everybody eat at once. That's why they were struggling because you had a lot of like ball distributors. Not saying they all play the same position, but you try to align a Messi with a Dybala on the same pitch. Some players cannot coexist together. That's why they were struggling. And I think the last World Cup, they found the formula. Let's all run for him and just give him the ball. Compared to like, no,
There's a
I'm
big difference. There's a
no, no,
difference.
no. What I'm saying is this: back then, when you had Riquelme, because Messi came out around '06 when he started for the senior national team, right? They still had Aymar was still even playing on the team at the time. They still had players. Yes, he wasn't fully like starting, but even when he started like around '09, '08, when he started to become actually like in the starting 11. Their struggle, they didn't have a formula because you have all these players that are good in club, and it's like, okay, what do we do? Because that's the issue that I highlighted with Portugal. Because with Portugal, when you try to align a Bruno Fernandes, a Vitinha, and all these guys, everybody wants to be their own guy. Because in their respective clubs, they're ball distributors. No matter if they're playing Regista or whatever, they need the ball at their feet to conduct the game. And sometimes when you're playing these international tournaments, somebody has to sacrifice. And I think I think Argentina understood that. So they sacrificed for Messi. I don't know if you realize, like, Lautaro, he's the main guy at Inter. But when you see, it's like he becomes one of a bunch, Messi and his guys, and they all play for him. And I think that's the secret to really win. You look at France, the same thing. Everybody's playing for Mbappe. Yes, they got Olise and all that. He distributed the ball. Dembele, who's a Ballon d'Or. Nobody's trying to be the guy. They're like, yo, Mbappe is the captain. And I feel like that's a mentality you have to adopt when you play international tournaments. Yeah.
Okay, the issue though is the production. The issue is the production. Like when it comes to producing, yeah, of course, it makes sense. That's how it's usually done when you have a top player, a superstar. You have to play so the best of his best abilities come out. This totally makes sense. Now, when France is doing that with Mbappe, but the other guys are producing, so
no, and it's true. No, and that's what I'm getting at. Right.
They're not putting all the burden on Mbappe. Like Messi is like, okay, where's Julian Alvarez? He's supposed to score goals. Lautaro is supposed to score goals. Instead, like the defenders are kind of saving Argentina's ass. You know, in corner kicks.
It is, but what I'm getting at, which I agree.
One last thing, and the difference between last time is that Di Maria tactically made a big difference coming forward because he opened a lot of spaces.
He always has,
especially in the counterattacks, and that is a big thing that they're missing from last time.
Right, and that's the same Di Maria. Like for me, if Di Maria would have played in 2014 final, Argentina would have beaten Germany. But no, you're right. You're right. But what I'm trying to say is you just can see with the team, there's a harmony around him being the guy. Where sometimes you don't see that in other teams like Brazil. Everybody's not rallying around Vinny. You feel me?
Portugal. They didn't rally around
Ronaldo. If you look at Bruno Fernandes, he's trying to be the guy. If he's not scoring, there was a miss during the group stage. He didn't get the ball because Cristiano tried to kick. He was upset. And that mentality alone just shows that, like, that cohesion, because this, like the World Cup, that's how you win. Like the World Cup is like your forming club is not always going to translate. Yes, you're the main guy in your national team. Think about when we remember 06. When 06 came around, there was a rally around the team. People put their egos to the side, right? Pirlo was conducting. Totti could have been like, yo, I'm going to be selfish. And Zaghi did. All these guys were accepting to come off the bench because they understood that, like, yo, it's a greater cause.
Yeah, 100%.
And I feel like that's the mental. And I think the teams that you've seen so far that are in the last 8 now, that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Because when you look at Belgium, De Bruyne would have been the I want to start, or Lukaku's going to want to start. But they understand that, like, hey, we're doing it for the team. Nobody's being disgruntled. They understand there's an objective. Look at Holland and Norway.
Yep. Yeah, that's one of the main formulas, right? That's one of the main formulas.
Same as England. And as much as I don't like England, but they rally around Harry Kane. Like Harry Kane is their guy. They don't do, but Harry Kane comes back and, you know.
And other teams did it, but, you know, they couldn't go forward. I mean, you know, other teams did rally with each
other teams. I think one recurrent theme in this World Cup that I realized that teams that struggled, including my Ivory Coast and all these things, if you don't have a goal scorer, it doesn't have to be a number 9 forcibly, right? But if you don't have a goal, somebody that's just like a threat in front of goals, you struggle in this tournament and you get kicked out. That's one thing I started to see in this World Cup. You know, maybe outside of even Belgium, Lukaku has been this. Each time Lukaku has come off the bench, he's putting in the back of the net. But I'm talking about when you look at Argentina, when you look at Morocco with Saibiri, when you look at Norway with Holland, like it's just guys. When you look at England with Harry Kane, going in national tournaments, I think it's imperative for you to have, because you can have good production like Colombia, but you got to know you're sloppy in front of goals. You got nobody to really score. You're going to pay the price. You're going to pay the price.
You know what? But there's also examples, and for the most part, you need a goal scorer, or you need a team that scores goals.
Right.
Like comes from different places. Like if like kind of like in 06 for Italy, the goals were coming from a lot of places. That's an example, right, of a successful team where it wasn't one key focus.
Right, which is true. But at the end of the day, we still had the threat of, you know, Luca Toni being up
Luca
front
Toni,
was
right.
still that threat. But and the reason why I say you need a goal scorer, sometimes not also for the goals, but like I also feel like, and that's just me being biased with number nines. Number nines occupy so much space that if your best players are wingers and you don't have that main focal point, then you're going to struggle because they're just going to stack the box. And that's why you see the Luis Diaz or the Vinny Jr., they struggle in their
Yeah.
teams. They struggle in this tournament.
This World Cup,
Yeah.
number nines have been key in Harry Kane, Mbappe, even though he's not a pure nine. Even Messi is not a pure nine, but he's playing as a nine.
Yeah, because
hybrid nine.
Right. Because if you look, bro, outside of the Curacao game, there hasn't been games where teams have just like been crazy trashed. You know, in terms of levels, I'm not going to say people progress, but like teams that are coming in now, they're not giving you an easy way out. Just come and beat them and be like, oh, here, just come and beat me. So you have to dig a little bit deeper. It's not being easy. And I think outside of Europe, I feel like other confederations are, they're getting close in terms of like the matchups.
I don't think so.
I personally think no. When I say that, when I'm talking about like when I look at CAF, when I look at CONMEBOL, when I look at CONMEBOL, and I look at the Asian Federation,
I see it going.
I can see maybe a slight because of Argentina and maybe Colombia, but overall, like the top teams, like it's not really big. They're not good as before. Outside of UEFA, they're all beatable amongst themselves. If they do another draw without UEFA, you can't guarantee me that all of a sudden that it's going to be a given to like a South American nations. In South America, to be honest, there's only two good teams right now. I'm talking about right now. Forget the historical. Two teams right now that at least their production on the field, is decent enough, which for me is Colombia and Argentina. The rest, when I'm looking at Uruguay, when I'm looking at Paraguay, let's be honest. Let's be honest.
Yeah. No, but I mean, I don't. Okay, for me, Europe is kind of like leaving everyone behind at this point. That's the way I'm seeing it.
But when you mean Europe, there's only a few nations because
No,
I
it's
think
not only a few nations.
no, because I think the Eastern European nations have failed drastically. Their levels is way below par.
Okay, but the Eastern European nations has never been a big part of.
Come on,
I mean,
it's
it's the usual ones. It's like right now. If you look who's left in the World Cup, it's all the big European nations minus 4, Holland, Portugal, Germany, and Italy. But it's all the usual suspects. It's France, it's Spain.
But even teams
England.
like,
then you have Norway that came out of nowhere. You have Switzerland. It's like still the European teams.
I'm gonna be honest with you, right?
In Morocco, dude, they're all born and raised in Europe.
No, you can't say all. I mean,
They are.
a good team.
Literally,
not
literally.
all of but not all.
The starting 11, they're all born.
I'm not.
and raised in Europe.
I'm not going to
That's
sit
a
there.
fact. That's a fact.
But Morocco's success is not due to these kids being born in Europe. Morocco's success.
Where do they learn how to play football? Not in Morocco.
No, Morocco's success right now, Roy. I'm gonna be honest with you. Morocco's success is due to actually a plan that was implemented in 2014 that they're paying the dividends. They have academies like the Unai. These people that are
Those
scoring
players
for them.
don't come from those academies, dude.
They come, yes, they are the Unai. There's a lot of players that come from those. Mind you, I know there's some players that are born but Morocco.
Some.
They,
How many?
No,
How
no.
many do you think? How many do you think?
I'll say a good majority of their team. I promise you.
Exactly. So they weren't born and raised in Morocco. They didn't come from the Moroccan system. They came from the European system.
But how do you explain Morocco just won the U20 World Cup?
Because
They have a system in place. I'm not going to discredit their system for Europe.
This is how I explain it. Because the individuals, Moroccans, they have a lot of heart. They care. They're good right now, and they're going to. They put a lot of heart. You can tell it's a team that has a lot of heart. That really has a lot of passion for the game.
No. Yeah,
and
but
all
it's
of those
also,
things.
but it's not,
it's helpful when you're born and raised and you learn your football in the best clubs in Europe. It's helpful.
But you gotta understand too, Morocco, like Northern Africa, always had a decent football league compared to the rest of Sub-Saharan Africa. Like there was always structure. Morocco amplified on that, and I think they're ripping the dividend. I promise you, they're ripping the dividend. And when I mean the structure, it's just not even just like, oh, the players are born in Europe. There's actually a coherent thing about who to even go and select or scout to be like, come play for our team
Okay,
and
so
do all that stuff. Because
why didn't they choose?
all African teams try to all African teams. The Ivory Coast has a lot of people that are born and raised in
French.
Europe, but they don't
French,
have why they don't have the Moroccan success. What I'm trying to say is Morocco literally has a proper structure, and I want to I'm giving more credit to the structure that they have in place. Bro, going back to back quarterfinals is no fluke. It's not based on individual, because you saying that is almost like those are individual players. Most of all Algeria was born in Europe. They have Zidane's son and all that. Where are they at?
No, not as many as Morocco.
Yes, they are. Algeria actually, there's more
Not
Algerians.
not as many as Morocco.
Yes, Algerians have more Algerians. Algerians is literally France 2.0. Most of the Algerian team, they're all born, raised in France, because they're more akin to them than anything. I promise you that. Like Morocco, right? Unai, for example, he comes from Mohammed. There's a. I wish Anwar was here. He'll be able to better explain. They created a center of excellence, kind of like how they did in France with Clairefontaine. It's called Mohamed VI. They are play talent come out. Unai comes from that spot. So they believe they have a proper. That's why they organize the work. They have a proper structure of football, and they're ripping the dividends.
Bro. That's one player.
No, he's not the only one. I just can't think on top of my head. I promise you, bro. I'm telling you, it's not. You can give the credit to Europe, but them being in Europe does not it does not.
But that's
kind of overshadow.
It doesn't overshadow.
They also
overshadow but it's where they learn their game.
But Morocco is a good footballing nation. They're closer to Europe. But they're also closer to Europe than anything. They speak Spanish on top of Europe. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but still, the players are literally from childhood. They're learning their trade in Europe.
Same as a Moroccan kid.
That's where the best teams are. They're in Europe. So you get an advantage out of that. If they were born and raised in Japan, they probably wouldn't get the same results. If we're born and raised in Kazakhstan,
I'm not gonna let you run away.
They wouldn't get the same result. No, because it's a fact. It's a fact. You can't. How can you deny that?
It plays a part, yes.
Of course,
but the overall,
that's what I'm saying. It plays a big part. You don't think it's a big part?
It plays a part, but it's also a footballing nation. That's the thing.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Morocco has a lot of passion, and they know they have a lot of good players.
And they're really technical. They play on the streets.
The players are very technical. Yeah, it's a very cultural thing of being very technical. But let's not overshadow the fact that being raised and learning in the best academies in Europe helps.
No, you're right. It does.
Because if that was the case with Kenya, maybe Kenya would be in the fucking semifinals of.
You try to slide in, fucking Kenya, bro. Stop it, bro. Stop. Stop it. No, anyway, but it's but it's so I'm looking at it now, the list, which bro, most of these motherfuckers is buoyant. That's insane. Sheesh. They have out of the 26 squad, across the 26-man squad, there are actually 7 players who were born in Morocco. Yeah, that's a big number.
It's a big number.
Only 7 were born in Morocco.
So and those 7 were the ones that came through the Moroccan system.
Yeah, but it's new. Because let's not forget, you know how crazy of a jump? In 2014, they were the 81st team in the FIFA ranking. After this World Cup, they're probably going to be in the top 10.
Could be, yeah. Listen, I'm going to say it straight up. If Morocco wins, I'm not surprised, yeah? I'll tell you this. The only teams that will surprise me if they win that are left is Switzerland and Belgium.
But I want people... Switzerland is a weird team, brother. Switzerland is such a weird team because I think amongst all the teams that play in this World Cup, they're like the most team unit. Like nobody's a superstar than the other, if you see what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it's like they move as a unit. That's why it's like they're so unpredictable. I was telling my people this. They're like, oh, Colombia. I'm like, bro, see, Swiss is a weird team. They can hurt you, they can break you down, and they're good with the shootouts.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about these teams where like they're like they're like average and a little bit above average, and it's kind of like you just don't know what to do.
Yeah, yeah, it's true. I mean, Switzerland's been strong. Like they
They've
destroyed
always been
Italy.
they've always
Remember?
been yeah, they've always been strong, but it was like, okay, that's the level. But I think
Right.
if they had a like once they got a superstar, I think they'll be good. But Argentina is no walk in the park for Argentina. But then again,
No,
Messi's
no,
gonna do his
no.
magic. It's
Yeah,
Messi
yeah.
you gotta worry about, bro. Like
Right.
Messi against Egypt, that's the same thing we saw, right? Messi disappears, he missed a penalty, and then once
Yeah,
Messi starts sprinting, all of a sudden, do those 1-2 combinations, you're in
yeah,
problems now. You don't know what to do,
yeah. It's gonna come, right? It's gonna come.
and then you
Once,
sense a goal, and then you flake out. But I'm not gonna lie, I don't think this World Cup his team has helped him enough. I
yeah.
don't think the
I
player
agree.
around have helped him.
I agree.
I don't even know who's their wingers
There
in
are no wingers.
Argentina.
There are no wingers.
So
That's the problem. There are no wingers.
there's no wingers and they're midgets. So you can't really. I mean, it's crazy. They're scoring from the head, but
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's something I never really cared so much about.
yeah,
This guy here, Manzambi, he is actually really
he's good. No, he is good. But he was injured the past game.
and he's going to Newcastle for 50 million, I think.
Yeah, Newcastle just bought an Ivorian player, Toure. He was at the World Cup too. They bought him, I think, for Basumana Toure. He comes from Offenheim.
Who bought?
Newcastle. They just bought him. I think they bought him for 50 mil or 40 mil. Yeah, it's that Tonali money they're using. So,
Yeah, yeah.
and Anthony Gordon also left. So I think because he's a forward.
Anthony
He's
Gordon
playing
went
on
to
the left wing.
Barcelona, right?
Yeah,
Barcelona?
which I feel like is a scheme.
That's weird.
Because Barcelona has no money. How they're paying $80 million for a player, and they don't want to renew Marcus Rashford. I don't know. I don't know what deal they made with PIF, but God knows it's gonna come to light. But how do you feel about Norway against England?
Anyone can go through. I'm not surprised if Norway goes through.
I saw the game. I was at the stadium, and I was actually I went to 2 World Cup games. So
Which
I
one?
went to Cape Verde against Saudi Arabia, and then I went to Norway against Ivory Coast, round of 16 in Dallas.
Wow.
So and then the Ivory Coast against Norway, I was in the second section, so I was by the pitch in the middle. I saw like I'm close, like they're literally below me, so I got to see the game properly, and we could have beaten them. The problem with us, the coach that we have, we won a fluky AFCON. He's not a good coach, no experience, doesn't know what to do with this. This is the upcoming golden generation. You're relying on individualities. Is not going to take you as far, right? Because a basic or above average coach can just stop like your best players from doing certain things, and now you don't know what to do. Because it's not because the Ivory Coast doesn't have talent. I mean, we have wingers galore. We have forwards galore. I mean, Boni. But then you bring Boni, you naturalize Boni from Inter, what, a month before the World Cup? He only has 5 games with the national team. Like, it doesn't make, like, some of the things they do, it doesn't make sense, but it all starts from the top. So it's not even a coach. Is you get a proper structure in place, know what to do, and we can build that on that momentum because the talent is there. We were the youngest team in the World Cup. Speaking of the Norway side, Norway plays really. It's the same guys from Bodo Glimt, and then take a couple players that play in the other leagues. They play really disciplined. Yes, they're defensively they're a little bit weak, but they play like you see Holland defending like crazy, and when it's time to go up, they know what to do. That's the thing about the Scandinavian
Who,
teams.
Norway?
Yeah,
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
You think I don't know? Fucking, they traumatized me, these fuckers, Norway.
like Holland. When Holland, I was like, bro, Holland also. I saw Holland like face in real life, like face to face. That dude is tall as hell. I'm like, holy shit.
What is he, 6'4"?
6'4"? Yeah, bro, he's big. Yeah, he's
Is he
tall.
or bigger?
Yeah, he's like 6'4", 6'5". He's tall. He's tall.
Basketball. He's a
He's
short
tall.
basketball. He's a short basketball player.
But their player that really makes the difference too, that Nusa kid, man,
He's good too,
he's crazy. So they Norway, it can be tricky for the British because I think England has to go with the right mindset, the way they went into the Mexico game, not underestimating Mexico. Because if they go with being cocky and all that, they're gonna get hit. They're gonna get hit.
No, they're not going to go being cocky. They don't have that in them.
You know,
I don't think so.
because so
Norway, I'll
Mhm.
tell you what, Norway has a little bit of a cheat code going on because they have this one team, Bodo Glimt, that plays in Europe, and it's all Norwegians, and they play
Yep.
together the whole fucking year. And Norway is essentially Bodo Glimt plus an Arsenal player plus a
Man City
Nusa,
player, and then
plus
plus
Marcel
couple of
Bliss.
players, probably from the Prem, and
Yeah.
yeah.
So
And
it's
then the
a
goalie, I think the goalie plays in Spain, Nygaard.
right.
Yeah.
So it's a team that has a lot of chemistry already naturally.
And then Bodo Glimt, remember with Bodo Glimt is like their league ends early, so they have time to really work on their conditioning. Because remember, that's what is giving teams hard time because they're really conditioning where they play. They play in harsh temperature, so so yeah. But I'm with Norway. I'm going for Norway in this thing. It's but Holland also plays like Holland. That's why you know what. That's why when they say certain players, they try to give them excuses like players that don't show up in big games, like somebody like a Kai Havertz that I don't rate at all. I'm like, bro, when you're a big game player, you show off. And this World Cup has shown us that. You can agree. Like, it's no excuse that we can't be like, Haaland doesn't play with Man City. His players are not good. It doesn't matter.
Nah,
You
anyone
give
who
them the
talks
ball.
crap about it,
You give him the ball. He's gonna show you.
you can't talk crap about Haaland. Nobody can talk crap about Haaland.
And he show. I mean, look how ridiculous it is. Him, Harry Kane, all the main guys, all the top scorers.
Harry Kane has reached a level that is fucking really high right now.
I think
Harry
him-
Kane has reached a level that I have rarely seen in my many years of watching football. I'll be honest with you.
I wish he would have reached that level a little bit younger, but he wasted all these years at Spurs. He could have been considered as a GOAT.
Yeah.
But leaving in your 30s now, so he's gonna have like a kind of
Yeah,
like a Drogba type of. When I mean Drogba success, not because he's a good. Hurricane was top in the Premier League, but I'm talking about like at the those big tournament, like at the Champions League and all that stuff, because you're playing meaningful, you're playing to fight for something. So now you're seeing. So
yeah, like
it's
his transformation at Bayern, like that gave him that extra level or extra 2 or 3 levels. If he had that sooner, would have been better. Yeah, for sure.
so sometimes you gotta leave, certain environments, which I felt for certain players. I mean, look at Leao. It's not even Leao. Portugal is a mess. Portugal, it's like when you say somebody fumbling talent, like Martinez fumbled talent completely in that team over there. They fumble talent because you have all these guys. You don't know it's a talented team, but you don't know who you're picking. You don't know. It's like
You know what's my opinion on Portugal, bruv?
what?
It's Ronaldo's a problem. It's really that.
No,
For me-
it is.
For me, it's really that simple. Like Ronaldo should not be playing. He shouldn't even be called up. But the guy is being called up, and he has to play. And all the fucking players and the fucking masseuse knows that he shouldn't be there, and it fucks everything up for everybody.
Okay, I want to talk about the American problem. No, you're right. It is because if Gonzalo Ramos played how many minutes, he scored like how many goals against the Croatia. You saw what he did. That should have been the indicators for him to start the rest of the competition. I understand Ronaldo is the GOAT and all that. Ronaldo could have been coming off the bench, right? He could have been. That's why I understand you're Ronaldo, but you understand for the greater good of the team, you can come off and allow your team to score because it essentially like it cripples your team. That's what I felt like for the US against Belgium, right? I think Balogun being reinstated fucked up their game plan. Because I think they had a game plan without him. So that now he's back. That's one factor. I'm not saying that's an entire factor, but like it just fucked everything up. And sometimes it's just like, because now he's back, we're gonna feed him the ball and do all these things, and it's like, unless you're like a 10, when you're a striker, sometimes it can really kill you. And I don't think they have a formula. I don't think the combo of a Vitinha, a Bruno Fernandes, João Neves, I don't think these players can start all together at once. I personally don't. And I think Bruno Fernandes for Portugal, he's really poor. He's poor. He's really poor. He's really poor.
About the Balogun thing, I wasn't
Yeah.
a big fan of Trump getting involved there.
I didn't. It kind of because it stained the whole thing.
I
It
wasn't a
stained the
big
whole
fan.
thing. No, I didn't.
Even though a lot of people thought that was an excessive red card, the
Right.
fact that the president, it kind of makes it look really
That Argentina's a puppet.
unprofessional. Like not serious, right? It kind of made it look like that. I wasn't a big fan about that. I think you're right. Maybe it did create some kind of psychology there. But one thing that I did notice about the U.S. right away is that the defense, all of those guys from the goalkeeper and the three defenders on the ball and just in general, we're talking about a really low level. And the moment you put pressure on those guys, they're gonna fumble and they're gonna make
They
a lot
don't.
of
But the
mistakes.
problem is like they don't have the mentality. These are all a bunch of privileged kids.
Okay, but the midfielders and the strikers are good. They did a good job. I think
They
both are
did,
good.
but when I look at people like this, you know, when I people like this, like I'm saying, when I look at people like
Yeah, but
Serginho
that's-
Dest and all these guys, I know, but it's just for
That's
me,
That was okay. He did good.
he was okay, but it was just for me, it's just the mentality. Like I think, because for me, with this World Cup, right? With this World Cup for the US, again, I feel like it's a bunch of guys. They put them together, meaning they're not coming from the same backgrounds. Obviously, there's a lot of Europeans that don't even have American culture. Forget it. I'm not saying American culture is the best, but like when you're playing these World Cups, you know from you to me, even if you're a black player playing in Italy, you're coming with an Italy identity. You see what I'm saying? But when you get these guys that grew up in England and all that stuff, it's like, oh, well, we're gonna get these guys and coming over here. I just feel like they never even prepared.
Bruh,
We-
if you put MLS players there, dude, they wouldn't even get qualified, dude. What do
I
you-
mean, MLS players in there. And that's what Matt Freeze is an MLS player. Look what happened. Tim Ream plays in the MLS now.
Yeah,
What happened? He's
exactly,
old.
exactly. Look
Yeah,
at those
so-
players. They're terrible. I mean, what are you gonna do? You have to have the Balogans and the.
Dude, no. What I'm trying to say is, when they knew they were organizing this, man, I don't even want to go on the whole American pay to play system, the whole format. I just think the good thing out of this, I just hope it incentivized the US to have a center of excellence and allow, because there's talent across this nation. A lot of these Mexican kids that are out there, they need to get into the talent pool. That's all I'm saying. We can't. Not everybody has the life of Pulisic to go do trials at 12 or at 8 at Chelsea, Barcelona, and do a whole Europe tour. That's not the reality of the regular American kid. You agree with me, all right? Now
No,
the notion,
but for
Mhm.
me, it's not about that. But yeah, keep on going. Keep on
no,
going.
and then the other notion, and I had to tell for every American here. I know I used to say, when I say we need to incentivize, hopefully, our best athletes get into the soccer pool talent. It's not because of the athleticism, because soccer is not athleticism at the end of the day. It's not the NFL. You have to be really technical. Because the players that were in the field, like for this World Cup, they're all athletic. They just didn't have the technical, answers to be able to counter, Belgium or whatsoever. Which that's a bit of the difference. I just think they need to, once they make soccer more accessible, I'll say, I think then the US at least will be able to compete at a decent level. That's
Okay.
that's pretty much what I'm saying.
Okay, listen,
Yeah.
I respect that. This is what I think. Okay, and this is just what I think. This is my opinion. I think that even if soccer becomes free in the U.S., I don't think much is going to change. I think the U.S. is deeply rooted in their own sports, that is basketball, baseball, and American football, and I don't think that will change.
Somebody brought this point out this morning, right? What you're saying, and I'm gonna counter what you just said, Roy. Somebody brought a good point that the difference between European, right, and Americans when it comes down to sport, Americans were really competitive. Let's not refute that. But from a cultural perspective, right, outside the competitive and cultural perspective, sport is still seen as entertainment. It's not as cultural. When I mean cultural, meaning people bleed for something. Hear me out on this.
Yeah, that's true.
For basketball, right? Right now, these main sports you just answered, no American. In baseball, hold on. In
cut out.
baseball, who can you hear me now? In baseball,
No, you
right
cut
now.
out earlier.
Okay.
Say again about basketball. What did you say?
No, I said right now. That's all these sports that you mentioned. No American right now is dominant like in that sport, and like in a single man is the best player. Baseball, who's the best? Who's the best baseball player right now?
It's a Japanese guy.
Who's the best? Who's the best basketball player right now? A French guy.
Yeah.
So they get, and why is that? Is because these guys, when you look in France, for example, or when they tell you even about basketball culture in Europe, I'm not saying it's gonna rival the NBA, but they use in Europe when it comes out to other sport, they still use the football model where you get indoctrinated to a club, or you see what I'm saying? Like you get put in those things where it's just like you're not going to play for fun with trophy stuff. So there's a mentality.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
they're supposed that Americans are claiming it's not so fun no more. Outside the NFL, you're not really seeing that.
But that's another thing, right? Because the system in Europe is like you become a professional by the club system. In America, you become a professional. You can do, there are clubs and U14s,
Right.
etc. But it's really it's the college system, and then it goes from the college.
And the college system, right? And then the college system also, that argument was brought up that cannot work in football, and they're so adamant in that because the MLS does the same draft system as the NFL, the NBA, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yami Yamal started at what age? Yami Yamal is 18 years old. You're waiting for a 23-year-old to become a pro? How you competing?
Yeah, but also listen, culturally speaking,
Yeah,
it's just not part of the culture here, bruv.
I know.
Like us, the immigrants, sure, but like the heart of America is not a soccer country.
And I know it's not a soccer country, but
And
at
I'm not
least you
talking
can
about I'm talking about like all demographics. The recent immigrants, sure, but all demographics that have been here for centuries and centuries, it's just not part of the culture.
But I think, right? I think America. I'm not saying for America to copy directly a European model. We can't. We got our own system. We prioritize education. Yeah, I told people that nobody is sending the 7-year-old to go stay at some freaking club for the rest of their life and all that stuff. You still got to do schooling and all that's fine. But I think we can create a hybrid model. We can start doing what the Japanese are doing. Some type of hybrid model where the MLS becomes a feeder club. How the Man City and all that stuff, where okay, we can't do that, but we can use certain elements to incorporate here. You know what I'm saying? To get something going on. That's what I'm saying. Instead of, let's go and copy and paste what the NBA is doing or what the NBA, the MLB is doing, and all these things, and expect it's going to work. And I think that's the Achilles heel right now. And I think that's what. But I think after this World Cup, I think this is the World Cup that probably got the attention of most Americans ever. People that they even care about this when they watch. I think you might get some result out of this because you might get something out of it.
I do see a of that because usually when it comes to American culture and soccer and World Cup,
It's a female stuff. It's a female sport. They're like, yeah, that's girls.
I say that, but I'm talking about like the men's World Cup. It's like you see the populace gets really into it, especially if a team is winning. The moment the team is out, the majority of them just go back like, okay, fuck football, fuck soccer. But this one, I think, did leave an impression more than other ones. I do agree.
Especially organizing here, because I'm gonna tell you, I was really involved the first few weeks. I mean, I just took a break. Next week, I'm going out again, but I've been part of a lot of these fan fests, interacting not only with Americans, but everybody naturally. It's really because in '94, forget it. Social media, globalization didn't happen at the time, right? Yeah, we're organized. Unless you're a football fan, you remember, fine. But this time, the social media era, you got to interact. People started understanding the sport. People started watching the stuff, and you're interacting with fans because it's taking place here. That's why I say it makes it different compared to like, we're watching it from another country and we can go back to our regular thing.
Oh yeah,
it's now they're talking about the U.S. trying to organize again in 2038. That's what the articles are coming to say now.
No, they should, man. I think the World Cup here it's really good. I think it's really good.
we have the infrastructures. I just feel like the logistics and then banning certain countries from coming, I think that's the play. That's what kind of like.
I think we should ban more countries, dude.
Okay, bro, you bugging. No,
We should
because we should
ban
have more
more
fans.
countries. We should
That's
ban
not
more
fair. Then,
countries.
then we should have. You should have organized the World Cup. Then that's not fair.
Some countries don't need to be in the World Cup, bro.
Oh, stop.
It's true.
Say names.
Curacao.
Man, that's a part of a whole country. What you mean?
They don't need to be in the World Cup, bro.
Why? They tied with Ecuador. They got a point.
Sure, whatever.
A country that disappoints me a little bit.
Italy doesn't need to be in the World Cup. I can say that. Well, why can't? Hey, how come I can say Italy shouldn't be in the World Cup, but I can't say Curacao shouldn't be in the World Cup?
Okay, if you're saying that, then now that's fair. I think a country that disappoints me a little bit, that I feel like they're not progressing at all, and they've probably been to all the World Cups since '98, is Saudi Arabia. And they have all this league, and then like the product is still trash on the field. And I'm like, this should have been at least closer to the Japan level. You see what I'm saying? Or somewhere, but it's like it's just not there. And I'm having a hard time to understand that.
Yeah.
And they have one of the best leagues, and they have a quota in the Saudi league where they're just not taking all foreigners. You have to have Saudi players in. So I'm like, what are they doing over there that I'm not understanding?
The problem, it's just that Europe has this advantage that you have so many elite sporting programs there, football programs, that they compete against each other, and the level of sharpening iron there keeps on going and going and going, and it's just not happening in other places. Like in Saudi Arabia, it's you're right, it's staying the same, and it's not progressing.
Because and they've done a good job with trying to promote their league, getting a little bit competitive. So at least I was thinking they'll have at least a decent product on
Actually,
the field.
I think they looked better before, to be honest with
you. But it's for me is that. But I think I'll say I'll say this World Cup at least. I've seen also. I don't know what they're teaching in football academies, but I'm also under the impression there's not a lot of proper strikers, like proper number 9s go threats. Like it's just teams struggle to have them, or even if they have a number 9, it's like a second string number 9. Because even when you look at France, right, there's not a Giroud. Yeah, you got Mbappe as a crazy goal scorer, but the depth of the number 9, I don't. And I'm saying this to say because I'm more focused on Brazil. Because for me, Brazil, that's what's plaguing them. Oh no, I mentioned them.
You're not allowed to criticize Brazil.
Oh, I will criticize Brazil because I like Brazil, but I'm not criticizing Brazil with an agenda like you are. That's your beef with Eric.
Whoa, I don't have an agenda. Whoa,
yes,
whoa.
Yeah, you have an agenda, bro.
What agenda do I have?
You and Eric. I don't know whatever shit y'all got going on.
Hold on. Let me say this.
Uh-huh.
I am super pissed off at Ancelotti is with Brazil. That is true. Maybe you can argue that's my agenda, but if Brazil was playing great football, I would say it. I wouldn't lie about it.
Yeah, it's just for me, Brazil is their depth is. I think they need to go back to before. I think Brazilians need to go back to Italy and Spain or stay in Brazil. They should not be going to the Premier League. They should not be going to the Premier because the Premier League killed their identity. Think about if a bunch of Spanish kids. The reason why Spain is still good is because a lot of them still play in Spain. I promise you, if all Spanish players were going to the Premier League, that's not their flair. It messes up their game. And look at the players in Spain, right? That play in England. They're not really the big outside of Rodri. They're not really the big factor of the team. They're not. If you tell me Zubamendi, the Merino that plays,
Spain has the best system in my opinion. They have the best system.
Yeah, but people try to criticize that. I think Spain, they play a nice football, which I still think it doesn't suit Lamine Yamal. Lamine Yamal is used to what's his name system. How you call that? Hansi Flick. More of that German technical. Give me the ball, go. The pass. That's not him. He's not a static. He wants to take the ball and go at you. And Spain is a lot of patience. and I feel like that hampers his game a little bit, but he still performs for them.
Yeah, and I think he's also coming into the World Cup with not in great form.
Yeah, he was injured.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to Nico Williams. I haven't seen him play. Is he injured?
Same. Nico Williams also, he's not coming in with great form. I think these guys are coming in with injuries that are not allowing them to express themselves at the best. Because I think I mean, it's hard to not see them being like super dominant as they used to be.
No, they're not. They're not. This team. This is a poor version of Spain right now. They're still, they're still going. No, they're still dangerous, but it's a poor version. It's like that's better to that. And I think Spain also has a striker problem. You want me to give you a good stat? You want me to give you one of the craziest stats that you probably never heard of?
What?
Do you remember? You know when's the last time a Spanish player was Pichichi, meaning the top goal scorer of the La Liga? And do you know who it was?
Oh, it has to be Raul, probably, back in the day.
No, it's Daniele Buisa, 06. Since 2006, the last time a Spanish player was a top goal scorer of La Liga. Ever since then, it has not been a Spanish player at all that's been top scorer of La Liga.
I mean, Spain, and
they have good strikers. They do.
They did. I mean, Raul, Torres,
Orientes, Torres, Villa. They're decent. They're decent guys.
But
though.
It's not a huge number. Not a huge number.
Yeah, I mean, but then as a team, Spain also was kind of like in that Portugal mode. For the longest, like they're technical teams, but they can't break. You see what I'm saying? They can't break the cap to get at the beginning until when 08 came around, they won the Euro, and then from there they started to win trophies. So, because it's also
thanks to Italy. Fucking Italy, dude.
So okay. So speaking of Italy now, what you think Italy now needs to do going forward? I want to hear it from you.
They need to start fucking playing Italians in Serie A. We need to build a wall. We need to build the Trump's wall in Italy.
Does Italy? Okay, bro, stop putting this political shit. I do not co-sign anything Roy is saying.
Okay. Well, I co-sign what I say, and I say that in Italy there's way too many foreigners playing in Serie A. It used to, even Totti said this a few days ago. He said in Italy the Italian teams need to start playing Italian players. You can't have these teams that are all foreigners and only 3 Italian players. Totti said when he was playing, it was all Italian players and 5 or 3 foreigners. Now it's the complete opposite. That's what needs to happen. Like if you really want to, like if we want to be honest, but if we want to be politically correct and say bullshit, then we can say bullshit. But let's be honest. That's the truth.
Okay. That's fair.
That's my answer.
Okay. But from a system perspective, right? How do you think Italian, I'm speaking from a national team perspective, right? How are Italian talents for the national, how are they being scouted?
They're not.
And what is stopping them? How they're not making the leap from, didn't they, U19 just won the Euros, right? Or U17, I just saw.
U17, yeah. And the U19 won it not too long ago.
Yeah, but so why they're not making the leap? Because it's repetitive. Is it a club issue?
Because Italian teams have decided that that step between Primavera, the graduation to Primavera into the first team is not worth their time. So instead of waiting 2 years until a player is fully ready, they'll go to Belgium and buy a Belgian player that has already had 2 or 3 years of first division football and is already a certain age and has already maybe played in the Europa League. So, and that youngster that was supposed to play in his space got lost in Serie C and Serie B. And all the teams are doing this, and that's what's killing Italian football.
And then the other part is, then why other nations are not coming and flocking Italy to come and poach the talent out of the league? And why that's not happening?
It's starting to happen. It's starting to happen with Calafiori, with Palestra now. There's a lot of players. Luca even got out. Inacio, a lot of the players in these national teams are from foreign leagues. They're not playing in Italy. Like a lot of the players that I watch in the U19 and the U17, It's starting to happen. Soon, these other European nations are going to wake up and going to realize all these Italian players are going to be up for grabs. You're going to see a lot of players are going to go out of Italy. And they're already started.
And me personally, I think that's what they should do. Because, and I think Italian clubs, and I think Italian clubs at this point go, I'll say you send Italian players to low pressure leagues that are still competing, like your Switzerland in the world, right? Like you can send a Camarda to like Bell, FC Bell. They still play in Europa League. Sometimes they play Champions League. You send them there, they get acclimated. Or Belgium, FC Brugge, they still get acclimated. You know, they can. You see what I'm saying? And with that, you create a structure where, like, I feel like it's proper. What I feel like, because I also realize, like, a lot of Italians, so I don't know if it's a mentality issue, is like they go to Europe or they go outside and then you hear a year and a half, they're playing at Catania or some weird team, like in Serie A. How the fuck that happened? When I look at Lorenzo Luca, like, what happened? You went to Ajax. Why are you back? So I'm saying, like, it's weird.
Look, back in the day when Italy was...
I can't hear you, Roy. What the fuck?
Hello, hello, hello?
I can't hear you.
Check 1 2, check 1 2. I can hear you. Hello? Guys, can you hear us in the chat?
But I'm going to come back in because I can't hear you.
All right. Falcon DK, dude. What's Falcon DK? Let's talk about Milan. Well, let's check this DK Falcon. Let's check this video out. DK Falcon. Here we go. The tactic that made Ruben Amorim Manchester United manager. DK Falcon.
Okay, I can hear you now. I don't know. I lost your connection. I don't know what happened.
It's all good.
Yeah, so that's my take. It's like, I just hope, because I really want to see Italy do good. I think Italian, like, you know, seeing now how Tonali is talked about now, especially in England, you know, I like that type of stuff. And we need more players like that. Because I feel like he's probably the only Italian superstar right now, per se. If you want to put Barella and all these, but Tonali is, you know,
yeah,
he's out there.
Listen, I'm till I see like even now Milan is just buying foreigners. All of them are foreigners. Anyway, let's watch this. Let's talk about Milan a little bit.
Okay.
For
sure.
This is Ruben Amorim's tactical analysis.
That's what I wanted to talk about next, but you got me there.
Okay, all right. So
of Ten Hag's United. And if you look at closely, they frequently move the ball through the wider areas, while the central zone is heavily occupied by the opposition. Now this is Ruben's Sporting. It's the opposite, as you'll see majority of his players comfortably overload the central areas while still ensuring balance on the flanks. Now check out this build-up clip of Ten Hag's United. Almost no one from the central area is dropping deep to support the backline. And on the other hand, with Ruben's shape, you'll notice that central players stay close to the backline while still having enough players forward to support the attack. So like this, when you look at Ruben's other tactics, then you will understand why United was eager to sign him in the mid-season. A team which has been using back four since the time of Sir Alex now has a manager who consistently operates in a 3-4-3. A system that recently been used by many managers has brought multiple success across Europe, including Ruben's own Sporting. So what exactly are these tactics of United's new manager? And how can this new system fix United's old problems? Let's discuss in this video. To actually understand the changes that Amorim's tactic could bring to United, first let's go back to that second example. Under Ten Hag, one of the reasons players weren't close to each other is that he focuses on keeping the opposition less narrow.
Okay, why is he comparing it to Ten Hag? Like, just talk about
No, because
fucking-
because he replaced them.
Okay, all right.
He came
An
after Ten
established
Hag. That's why.
presence throughout the pitch. And to achieve this, he stretches his shape both horizontally and vertically while maintaining long proximity between players. So this forces the opposition to widen their shape as well, which then open up spaces between them to exploit. However, in doing so, it causes a huge disconnect between the ball carrier and the nearby passing options, which can lead to frequent errors and a higher risk of losing possession in critical areas.
Is that the problem is with the ball. I think we lose the ball too fast. We win the ball, we lose the ball. And you cannot press high all the time. So you have to keep the ball in.
For instance, during the build-up, due to the noticeable gap between the pivot and the center backs, it often invites the opposition to fill that gap with extra players and effectively block the central routes for the defenders. So to counter this, Ten Hag often lets his fullbacks to stay deep and open up wide routes for the build-up. However, due to their deeper positions, it puts more pressure on the wingers to hold the width on the flanks, which then weaken their central presence. As a result, you'll actually understand why many of their attacks are directed through wide areas, while the central zone being fully occupied by the oppositions. However, looking at Ruben's build-up shape, due to the back three, he lets his middle center back step up and partner with one of the pivots, while the wide forwards invert centrally, eventually creating a narrow 4-2-2 shape. And by having a solid central presence, it allows the pivots to drop closer to the keeper and center backs and make the central routes clearly visible. So this provides complete freedom for the fullbacks to push higher and hold the attacking width, while allowing the forwards to consistently stay in the middle and maintain a central overload as well. As a result, it provides a proper balance on both the areas, which effectively breaks the opposition's narrowness without the need of having long proximity between players. Also using this shape, you'll often notice the ball being circulated in an M pattern, where they would play a forward pass and then go backward, and repeat this sequence until it forces the opposition to commit more numbers and effectively cover all the deeper players. And due to Sporting's multi-layered build-up shape, it completely imbalances the opposition's pressing structure and exposes the second line between them. So Sporting targets this space with a direct pass to face the back line and exploit the opening with numerical advantage. However, due to Ruben's preference for a deep build-up, Sporting occasionally concedes goals from passing errors when facing strong pressing sides. And with United, they have one of the worst track records for conceding goals through build-up errors. So Ruben will need to thoroughly train United's backline to reduce such turnovers and make them as rare as possible under his regime. However, to avoid errors like these, Ruben occasionally lets his entire build-up shape to advance into the attacking half and uses his keeper to deliver precise long ball towards them. And here they focus on winning the second ball with their pressing. And if they succeed, it allows them to directly attack the final third with more numbers and effectively outnumber the opposition's backline. After the build-up, when Ten Hag's United advances into attack, instead of pushing his entire structure forward to play a high line, he only allows his primary attackers to move forward, while the backline and pivots stay a bit deeper. The reason for this is due to the high line. If they fail to win the ball back, they become completely...
Okay, all right. Well, a lot of theory here, but unfortunately, it didn't turn out so good for him in Manchester United.
It didn't. And my problem with his pick, though, right? My problem with picking him is like he's coming into this league like I would have won with Fabregas. I would have won with somebody that is already in the league. Fabregas in the league at least 2 years. I know Como was going to Champions League, so maybe no, but I was trying to convince him to come here because he's moving like literally Amorim is moving to a similar structure. The way how Man United is disjointed at the top, they got all the budget to waste on players and all that. There's no different. We're just the Italian version of Man United right now. So you coming here, I'm not going to try to bash the guy, but I'm just going to wait to see what I see on the field. Because that's going to be a Fonseca 2.0. We had 2 Portuguese guys that came that failed already. That's the same thing they told us when Fonseca was here, when they brought in Conceição. We failed. We're going with a 3rd Portuguese manager. This is Italy. It's not, they're not going to give you space. It's really tactical. It's more slow. I'm going to let him do his work. I'm going to see his players. I'm going to keep the jury is out. You know, I'm not going to sit there and be like, no, but it's just, I'm past the point of getting overhyped of anything they bring in, even Gonzalo Ramos. I'm not celebrating shit.
Did you see the press conference today?
No. I'm not watching anything Milan. I'm so desensitized from Milan. I'm like.
So we watched the press conference today here live on the show. We watched it earlier. And I got to say that he is, there's some good qualities about him humanistically. Like he's very honest and he does his homework. He
was a player. You saw him play? You remember when he used to play?
Yeah, of course. He's very honest. He's very honest about the difficulties of Italy and etc. But he comes across as a guy that is not confident and a guy that knows that he's still learning the trade. He's not coming across as a guy that knows what he's doing.
He did too much of a big jump. He reminds me of who's a big comp? A big comp would be because the success he had with Sporting, it wasn't like he was in Portugal years and then he started being coveted by everybody. And it's like, okay, boom, I'm gonna get this team. And it's like Thiago Motta. But at least Amorim, he was in Portugal and all that stuff. And it's like, you're going to these teams. Yes, right now, we're not as good, but we're still Milan. That's pressure that comes with it. This is not Sporting. This is not Sporting pressure. You're dealing with people that like a team that has 7 Champions League. It's not a walk in the park. So you're going to be forced to deliver quick.
And just the style of the football is so different. Like in Portugal, the style that he wants to play is already like embedded in the players. Like he doesn't even. But Italy, just the whole, like all the teams play differently, and you have to be versatile. You have to know when to attack, when to defend. You have to be a leader too. Like he doesn't have the attributes of like
because my problem is the whole formation you're showing me. This is gonna be cute when you're playing the Inter, the Juve. You see what I'm saying, of the worlds or the Roma. But when you start playing fucking Udinese, when you start playing the Lecce of the world, and these guys that sit back, let's say that these teams that just want to sit back and not give you nothing, then what do you do? That's when I struggle.
They're all good in counterattacks, and the way that he wants to play is they're going to be exposed to a lot of counterattacks. The way he wants to play,
and to this day, since Pioli days, all these coaches then brought in, we still struggle with low blocks with the players we have. Yeah. So what is he coming really to? And then you're buying Gonzalo Ramos now at how many euros? 80 million, which is our biggest transfer. He's gonna have pressure on his back.
Dude, I said, and I'll repeat it, how dare you have low expectations of Gonzalo after we paid 80 million. Once we paid 80 million for this guy, he needs to be the top goal scorer or the MVP or both. He can't be a guy that just scores 10 goals or a few goals here and there.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough.
Once you pay 80 million for this guy, because in Serie A, nobody pays 80 million for anybody. Once you pay, the expectations has to be, okay, we brought in a champion of champions.
Thank you. Except Osimhen. Osimhen, they paid for him, and he proved.
Yeah, he proved. So that's what I'm saying. He has to prove, because if he's a normal guy that scores 10 goals a season or 11 goals a season against Cagliari and against these in games that don't matter,
Gonzalo Ramos is good, but he's a bench player on both of his teams. He's a super sub. He's one of the best super sub in Europe, but still, he's a bench player at PSG. He's a bench player in Portugal. I have high hopes. I'm not even going to try to bash it. I want these guys to succeed at Milan. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, but it's just, for me, the way this management is structured and they've been nothing right now. There's no signs that they showed me for me to be convinced of the moves they're making now, because any player they've purchased, right, they're on the market already. Nkunku, how much did we pay for Nkunku? 50 million. Now y'all ready to let him go. Estupinian. So whatever data y'all are looking at, obviously, is not correct. Is that the same things that they look to get Gonzalo Ramos? Or is it, no, Amorim says, yo, I want this guy. Even this Gila guy that you guys are saying, oh, he's one of the best defenders in Serie A. Bro, the verdict is out. I don't know that. I don't know when it comes to Milan, he's going to show that. If he shows,
he's
so be it.
He's a normal defender. He's a normal defender. He's no better than the defenders we have already. So it's not like we're bringing in a guy that is going to raise the level. Um, yeah,
I don't know,
listen,
bro.
listen. Lukaku. Lukaku was a goal machine before he came to Italy. You're going to spend that kind of money. It makes sense. Okay, I'll spend that kind of money on a prime Lukaku. No doubt about it. I wouldn't complain. But Lukaku came his first season in Italy. The motherfucker scored 30 goals in Serie A, dude. His first season, or something like that. Like his goal and assist
Because it was
rate
there.
was insane.
Right.
If Gonzalo Ramos does half of that or a quarter of that, then it's a flop signing. It's a flop signing. It's putting away a lot of pressure on the player, bro. A lot of pressure on the player.
And then so what they're doing with Leao? Is Leao staying or we selling him?
Now it's gone. Now it's gone. The press conference, they didn't say it directly, but it is 100% clear that Leao is gone. When he was asked about Leao, he said, "I don't talk about individual players." And then he said, "We're going to evaluate how players are, how they live." He kind of had this dig on Leao. And then when he was asked about Modric, he said, "Oh yeah, Modric. Yeah, we want to keep Modric, and I'm going to go to his house and pick him up. I want to convince him to stay." He said Pulisic, he wants Pulisic to play on the left and come in with his right. So pretty much Leao is out of the picture. Leao's gone.
Leao's been poor, and I love Leao, man. I know how I love Leao, but he's been poor. Leao's been poor.
He needs to go.
Which I feel like it's probably his lifestyle. I don't know who is in this kid's corner, but where does he go next? What's Leao's next level?
I think Leao should do two things. If he finds a club that can guarantee him, can give him like big objectives, you should take it. And the other thing is, if some Saudi Arabia club says, "Here, I'll pay you 40 million a year," bro, I'll take the money, dude. Are you crazy? Like,
if I'm Leao, if he wants to, like, if he cares about football, I tell him he goes to Tottenham. He goes to England. Like, I think his game can be suited for England with the pace. He can go to Tottenham with De Zerbi and these guys.
Yeah.
It'd be
Tottenham is not a bad shot.
like those levels, or if you go to Spain, the Villarreal, or like Atletico Madrid, you can go. You can go there and do a quick restart, a reboot, or Germany, right? Go out there, reboot. But as far as like top level clubs, like a Bayern, or I think that window is already gone for him.
Maybe you might be right.
Because if he goes to these clubs, he's a bench player. He's not a starter, right?
Yeah.
The only
see.
club I can see, maybe if I can see Man United try to fork some money for him if the price is right.
Oh, Man United was after him, yeah.
Yeah, but then it's like, is Leao, that's what I'm saying. Is football still in his brain? If it's not, then, it's...
In my opinion, he needs a new motivations. He needs new
scenery.
New scenery, new surroundings, yeah.
Yep.
And I think that will invigorate the fire in him that he lost.
One thing that hurts me to this day is us missing on Julian Alvarez. I'm never. That's something I can't forget. Like it pains me to this day, bro. I love Julian Alvarez.
But did we? But the thing is, like, we didn't really miss out on him, bro.
We did because we didn't insist. We didn't want to get him.
Yeah, but Tottenham came in and they're like, "We'll pay your agents millions and we'll give you a super salary." Like, Milan couldn't do. How is Milan going to compete with that?
Now Milan is the same management that's now paying $80 million for Gonzalo Ramos.
Now, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like
they were being stingy.
They're being stupid. Because you can go and get them. You can get even somebody that's also can be good for our team. I'm gonna start saying like Anwar now. Start recommending my national team players. Freaking like Amad Diallo will be good on Milan. I mean, he got trained in Italy. Come from Atalanta. I think Amad Diallo because he's really decisive. I think his type shot.
A new player.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The guy, yeah, I know him.
Yeah, Diallo could have been good. We have a new kid, like Chris Inao Ulai. He's so good, man. He plays in our midfield. He's so good. But
dude, did you see this new Alfredo Cisse kid? We were watching the highlights. Bro, he's a fucking little Vicha Veraskidya, bro.
Yeah, one thing I'm gonna give you credit on Vicha, bro. I not dogged you for Vicha, but like I gotta take it back.
Yeah, a
I
lot of
was
people,
wrong.
a lot of people owe me an apology.
I
For
was
that. But
wrong.
listen, this kid that we have, Alfadjo Cisse, he's like that.
Is he Italian? Like
Yep. Yeah.
Italian. Okay.
Oh yeah. When it's like African Italian. Like
No.
he's
Because I heard
Italian. Like
Cisse, I was like,
you
that's not saying
hear
he's Italian.
you hear him talk. He doesn't have an African accent. He's Italian. He sounds like an Italian. Like he's born and raised in Italy. Like,
But now the real thing is like how he's gonna integrate a team.
well, he's young. He's nine.
Cause
He's like
bro,
he's a U19.
yeah, he was U19. Remember, Shaka Traore was U19 forever. I feel like Shaka Traore is still
He's
Primavera.
levels, bro.
Bro,
Levels.
I feel like Shaka.
Levels.
I feel like Shaka Traore is still in Primavera. Oh my god, bro.
No, he's gone. He's sold.
I know the Primavera prisoner. Holy fuck, bro. Like that's how I call it, bro. It's like the entire tenure. This dude's been for the past freaking
Just
6
being an
years.
Expedia member.
He's been 18. He's been 18, 19 years old. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? Get this world club. And now they didn't wasted his chance. What about Ziroli? Did you sell him?
No, he's still in the club. They're going to evaluate him this summer. Dude, look at this kid. Look at this kid. And then listen, tell me like, okay, we don't need Leao. Look at this kid. Look at this guy. Can you see him?
Does Ons approve? Now I see it. I said, does Ons approve of this kid?
It doesn't matter. If I say he's good, he's good. Trust me.
I'm saying this because you know what I mean, bro. If Ons doesn't approve,
I don't know if Hans has really scouted him, but he's great. Look at his dribbling. Now in this video, there's not much. It doesn't show much of his assists, but look at his dribbling through space. Look at that. That's really good.
Yeah, no, he's good for that age.
Yeah, and look at this move. Look at this move.
Shit. Yeah, he's
Mamma mia. Look at this. He's got the timing. He gets through. He dribbles. Look at this goal.
That's remember when we were seeing the highlights of Arda Güler and it didn't fail us. And Arda Güler is like that for real.
Arda Güler is a great player. Yeah, this guy
he's
is
like that.
He's
good.
He's good. Yeah, he's good. So 19.
So is he going to Primavera or are we going to start him? Because 19, he should be starting though.
I think this is Serie B, so I think he's ready.
Yeah. Oh, if you playing Serie B like that, yeah, he's ready.
Yeah.
And now Milan has him. Yeah.
Yeah, he's ready. So we don't need Leao anymore, bro.
Because at what age? And Leo doesn't even have a burst no more. Did you realize that he doesn't have his burst? His burst is gone.
Yeah.
He doesn't. He doesn't like. I think it's more he mentally in his head. Even Theo Hernandez, you saw Theo Hernandez, they benched him like he haven't even started the World Cup no more.
Yeah. They got really burnt out.
But I feel like they got distracted, hiring all these hookers for their little poker games, their little night outs. Oh my God, bro. These guys.
We got to thank Furlani for Cisse, guys.
Furlani is the one that got him?
Yeah.
You should thank him. Your Lord and Savior.
Yeah. Hey, I miss him already, dude, because like the guys we're bringing in, maybe I think Furlani could have been better.
Yeah, no, for sure. So now, how's the new structure? That new structure, bro, I had no clue what's going on. It looked like my company where I work at, bro. It looks so corporatized. I'm like, yo, what the hell's going on? The chief of what? I looked at the diagram. I'm like, yo, what is this breakdown? I feel like I work at Goldman Sachs or something. Like, what the fuck going on?
Even Amorim at a certain point, he said, when I ask for a player, it has to go through Gordon. Then Gordon has to go to Hendrik. Hendrik has to go to the board, and blah blah blah. It's like it's the chain of command never ends.
Once they start mentioning boards and things, it sounds so Americanized, and the shit is just cooked. But how you think Inter is gonna do, bro? You don't think Inter is gonna follow a Milan path? Since like Oak Tree has them.
The thing about Milan is that Inter is that Marotta is very good at finding players for free, and
Right.
and giving them high salaries, and that's something that he does better than we do. I don't know. Listen, they failed so far. Their market has been bad because they
No,
tried
that's
to
what I'm
get
saying.
Palestra. They tried to get Palestra. It didn't work out.
They got
They tried to
outbid.
get
Who?
Nico Paz. They got outbid by Chelsea. They tried to get Nico Paz, and they got outbid by Como. So,
That's crazy.
so
Yeah,
far,
it's because they don't want
yeah.
to spend. If Zhang was there, that wouldn't happen.
Oh yeah, it's fake money with Zhang, so it's gonna happen. Yeah.
What, Monopoly money? The
Yeah,
yuans? the,
IOUs.
the freaking shit of Hormuz deals that they got going on. Chinese are hella political. Oh my god, bro. He said Zhang will be fake money. Oh, bro, come on. Shit.
But no, and then Inter also released Somner, Acerbi, Darmian, De Vrij, and they sold Dumfries. That's a
Oh,
lot of players.
But Dumfries, now you don't have a Dumfries replacement.
It was supposed to be Palestra.
And Dumfries been pretty solid during the World Cup.
Oh yeah, he's good. He's a great player, Dumfries. Fights
And
like
he's going
a motherfucker, dude.
he's going to Madrid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
So
fights
and
like a motherfucker.
that's the problem with Inter too. They weren't able to like rejuvenate their team.
No, I don't know what they're gonna do. I honestly can't tell you right now. I can't give you an opinion. I don't know.
But I feel like since other teams are failing so behind that, it still might be them and they might get by. Because I don't even think you renew Cuba. I don't think Cuba is a good coach.
No, they renewed him.
Yeah, I know, but I don't think you do that.
Oh,
Because
well, they did, yeah.
all of these guys, they're living off the work of Conte. Now, Simone Inzaghi is a good coach. He did his little tweak, but I think Conte really created that foundation where it's like they're living off of it, and I think it has an expiration date. At the expiration date, when the Barella and all these people are no longer there, that you're
yeah,
gonna have to
but-
come up with your own guys, then it's gonna be problematic.
But don't forget Marotta and his team, right? Like
Yeah, I
that's
know.
like that's a elite team. I think that's the biggest.
But at the end of the
It's
day, too, Roy, don't forget Marotta he's not the owner of the club. Because
No,
you don't foresee Marotta starting getting frustrated with Oak Tree, same way Maldini with Cardinale, and be like, yo, fuck this, I can't do this, and then Inter goes to shambles.
I
I'm
don't know
saying.
because I don't know if Oak Tree is exactly the same. I don't know.
It's still Americans. It's still they come from the
Maybe.
same way as Cardinale and these
I'll
guys.
I'll say maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe, but even if let's say they're not giving Marotta everything he wants, probably Inter will still be the best team. Maybe, I don't know. The thing is this: look, I don't want to speculate today. It's too early. It's really too early.
No, it is. It is, but like I'm looking from patterns from the past, or it can be a surprise year where a team like Como, since they kept Nico Paz, they haven't even lost most of their players. They can come in and do you that surprise element and win the league. You don't know. I'm just saying. They kept everybody. They didn't lose. They didn't they still didn't get gutted. So they build off that momentum, and then let's say they make a good. Because I feel like with Serie A, January market is really what determines what pushes you over the edge, right? So if that happened during this if that happened during this how you call that if they have a good January transfer market, then it's gonna be cool. We'll see.
Who, Como?
Yeah, they do a good January transfer market. Like in the league, if they're around 2-3, that Inter is struggling, who knows?
Yeah.
'Cause-
Listen, honestly, yeah, maybe Como can win.
But then again, I take it back. They're playing two competitions. I don't know what their depth level is. I forgot about that. They're playing the Champions League, so I don't know. I don't know how it's gonna get them.
I mean, look,
ready
right
or-
now, Milan has been the most active team in the market. They got Gonzalo Ramos, they got Gila, I think Milan is a team that has been the most powerful, or the one that has reinforced the team the most so far.
You think
But
who we
again,
should go get?
it's
You think who we should go get though? And somebody mentioned that even before Casillas mentioned it, and I'm like, that is true. Zion Suzuki, the Japanese goalie from
oh
Parma.
yeah, he's good.
No, but he's gonna get. That's somebody he's marked. He's destined to go to a good club. Casillas said he
Oh yeah,
looks at
for
him
sure.
like Ike Casillas was speaking like on a during a walk like that one of their games, and he said, bro, he can just look at him, and he just and I know Suzuki was always good because he remind me of, like the Di Gregorio and all these guys like early, and he's like, bro, you can just see like
Yeah,
when a
yeah,
goal is descending for greatness, like
yeah,
the
yeah. No,
only black Japanese Ghanaian Japanese, bro. They didn't let Africans go pregnated everybody in the world, bro. Like, what is this shit? A Ghanaian, we would have thought in 2026 a Ghanaian Japanese goalkeeper. Let's be for real, bro. Oh my god. And but
he's good.
he was born in America, yeah. He was born in New York, but his dad's from Ghana.
Oh,
But in Japan, it's a thing where you take both last names. That's why like they take usually the last name of their mom if they play for Japan. Like Naomi Osaka, that's her mom's last name. So Zion Suzuki. It's
Zion
crazy.
Suzuki.
It's crazy, bro.
No, yeah, he can go to a big club for sure.
I think
Oh look
Milan.
at this, 0 assists. Okay, that is weird. Like he does. I don't know if this guy produces assists. That's
He's
something
a
we gotta
ball.
find out.
He's 19.
Yeah, he doesn't produce assists. That could be a problem.
But he's not. I think they can teach him that. He's still coachable at that age.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
But for doing a Serie B, like you're definitely right.
Oh
Because
yeah, yeah.
when I look at Colombo and all these guys, like now what is a Colombo? Is Colombo still our player or he's
No,
gone?
no, he's gone. Man, look at this fucking free kick. I didn't realize that free kick was like that. Yeah, he's gone. Ooh.
We need we need a Lamine Yamal or the
Oh, we have
future.
one. We have one.
Cool.
His name is. Oh, nice. This guy can fucking put him in, huh?
What's up with this alien shit, Roy? What is that? Why are they marking you with alien stuff? You're watching too much conspiracy shit?
Dude, aliens are real.
Right.
I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien.
What you think
Nice.
about you wouldn't want any American player on your team
No.
for the national team?
Actually, I like Balogun. I do like Balogun.
But Balogun can be
I would prefer Balogun to Gonzalo Ramos, honestly.
for real.
I think so. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know the players that much, but I like Balogun. He's
What about Serginho Dest?
that we had him already.
I know. I'm just budget.
No, not a chance.
He was not made for Italy, bro. Struggle like a motherfucker.
Yeah, yeah.
Somebody
But
that became good that I hope we kept was Diogo Dalot.
Yeah.
Diogo Dalot turned out to be a decent, right back.
Yeah. He we tried to get, but Manchester United wanted to keep him. Yeah.
I'm trying to understand the whole Estupinian. Like, why did we buy him? I'm still trying to figure that out to this day.
That's because we had this agent called Boussardov that was doing our market, and he's a fucking shit ass agent.
Now, my
Actually,
question.
no. Estupinian is this guy, the guy that is doing our market now. What's his name? Mendes.
That's what I try to ask you. Speaking of agent, so now we about to turn into Wolves 2.0.
Yeah.
Cause isn't Amorim? That's Amorim's agent too.
Yep.
Or Gonzalo Ramos.
Yep.
Now you about to get all these no-name Portuguese now in the team.
Yeah, that's right. That's why we're all linked to Portuguese players right now. Literally all of them are Portuguese.
I forgot João Felix was on Milan, bro. This is ridiculous. I forgot João Felix would play with us. This is crazy.
Joao Felix. 120 million.
I'm still bummed out. He was a good player. I loved him. Atletico destroyed him with the Haram ball, okay? That's what's his downfall.
Yeah, Haram ball will destroy you.
Bro, that's what's destroying Julian Alvarez.
Yeah,
It's
course.
destroying Julian, like, bro.
Chiesa, look at what he did to Chiesa. Chiesa quit football, bro. After that,
Chiesa didn't go to Atletico.
no, but when Allegri was coaching,
Oh
Juve,
yeah, bro. What happened to Chiesa, bro?
he
You think
quit
it's a
football
mental?
after that.
You think it's a mental problem with him, or you just think that he's no longer good?
I think he doesn't give a shit anymore. I think he's done. I think he's mentally he retired already.
He won the Euros. Did he even? He never even won Serie A.
No,
So
he won
he's
it. Yeah, he won Serie A. Yeah,
he won Serie A. No, no,
yeah,
bro.
yeah. Yeah. His
He
first season
hasn't.
he won Serie A
No, he
already.
didn't. No,
Are you sure?
no. Yeah, I swear on everything. Because
I,
remember, no, he didn't. Because the last
no,
time
let's check.
Cristiano Ronaldo, the last time Juve won was with what's his name, Sadi, and Chiesa wasn't even there yet. He hasn't.
Maybe you're right. Yeah,
He was still at Fiorentina,
yeah.
but he did win the Premier League though. But I mean, he barely contributed to that team.
Dude, he loves his life. The guy makes so much money and he doesn't do shit. It's kind of like Origi. He's like Origi when Origi came to Milan.
Biggest
He's like
scam.
he's
Oh my
scamming Liverpool
god.
out of their money. He's
It's
scamming
deep.
Liverpool out of their money, dude.
And Milan, bro. That's crazy, dog.
Um,
He retired. You know what? He retired, right? He retired. Like it's insane. So is Camarda coming back?
well, Amorim wants to evaluate him and wants to keep him. Yeah,
I don't know what that means, but I guess.
I don't know, but he needs to play. You know, he needs space and time. This kid too needs space and time.
And they loaned him at the wrong clubs, bro. The decision choices, I
Yeah,
hate it.
they have to loan him in the. Kamada is a player that plays in possession football. He can be a liggity ball kind of
You
player.
know how good he would have been at Como?
Yeah, yeah, he would have been really good. Yeah,
Well,
Liberali is a Como now.
it's crazy they let Nico Paz, like Madrid let him leave.
You know how much Como paid for him?
Like what? There's like 60 million?
He's 60 million, bro. Como.
Yeah. Because Fabregas forced it. You know that. They're playing champion. He was the engine of that team. So I don't blame him.
Ricci, I would if I was Paz, I would do the same. I would stay at Como. Como, first of all, Como is a fucking incredible city there. It's just an amazing city, amazing place to live. You know that's why all the celebrities go there. And he's central to the project, and they're in the Champions League, and he's going to play all the time. At Real Madrid, he's going to be sitting on the bench. You know.
Yeah, because you got Arda Güler and you got youngsters there in front of you.
Yeah.
Too.
So he did the right thing. He did the right thing. It's a good move. Smart move.
But I don't think he stays at Como. If he performed the same way he did, I think a Man City or somebody comes and picks him up.
Yeah. Later on, yeah. 100%.
So I don't. Yeah, I think the Como model. I'm not saying to play like them, but the way they give the way to youngsters, but they should do that. But you also heard what Fabregas said regarding Italian youth, right? Do you agree with him on that?
What's that?
Did you hear what Fabregas said in terms of like Italian youth? Do you agree with him on that?
No, I think he's a piece of shit.
Who, Fabregas?
Yeah, he's a piece of crap. But Fabregas, look, he's been Fabregas did not just happen out of nowhere. Like he went to Como, Serie B.
He played there.
with them.
Yeah, he played with them.
Then
Yeah.
he became the coach of the U19 of the Primavera. Then he coached them. Then he went to Serie. You know, it was a slow build up. It didn't happen overnight.
And I think that's what Pirlo should have done. They threw Pirlo in front of. Look at what his coaching career is now. I don't even know where he coaches. That's what they did. Like they didn't give Pirlo. He didn't have time to really build up his CV, and they threw him with Juve.
Oh yeah.
Same as that's the mistake. See, Fabregas was smart staying at Como. That's what I said for Thiago Motta. He should have done. Thiago Motta took too much a big of a leap. You qualify Bologna for Champions League. Stay with them. Why are you going to Juve?
Yeah, maybe that was also a mistake. Yeah.
And now where's Thiago Motta? I don't know what team he even takes now.
No, he's nowhere to be found. So this says Milan and Udinese are talking about Zaniolo.
That's your boy, you and
I
Nathan.
love him. Fuck yeah.
Y'all didn't promoted that boy until like
the next great Italian player is going to be Roman. You know who Roman is?
who?
That's Nathan's baby, dude. We spoke about it yesterday. He's going to go
Who's
to
Roman?
Nathan's baby.
Oh, that's his name.
Yeah. He's going to be the next Italian great player. Going to bring
Yeah,
to Italy.
yeah. Nathan better not put that boy on to freaking briskets and shit, or that dream not gonna materialize. You better be careful. Talk about that Roman shit.
I don't see this reaching news, bro. I don't see it.
What they said, Richie is what got sold?
Someone said that they're looking to sell Richie.
No, I'll sell just Shadi before Richie.
So yeah, I agree. Samuel Richie is potentially out from Milan, and Amorim is not interested in him. Okay, his agents are exploring different. Okay, but we have to have Italians in the team. So what? Like, what about the quarters? Atalanta and Atletico Madrid. Damn. Okay.
Atlanta too. Atlanta just picked up who's over there now for the coach? Is it not it's not Palladino.
Oh, Sarri.
Oh yeah, Saudi went over there.
Yeah.
It's a whole carousel in Serie A, I swear.
Yep.
When is my boy coming back? Was it Yakini? I need Yakini back on Serie A, bro.
Who?
Yakini? I need him back. Yeah. Is it Yakini? Yes, Yakini.
How do you spell his name?
Yakini is with an I. Yakini, the one that used to hold on. I'm not tripping.
Yakini.
The one that always come for relegation. Yeah, Giuseppe Yakini. Yakini is IACHINI. Yakini. Yakini used to take Sassuolo. They always bring him. He's the same as Davide Nicola. Those are the guys, the relegation guys. They come in. He always wear the hat. The coach used to wear the hat, bald headed.
I don't remember him.
If you see his face, you'll remember. You're gonna be like, oh yeah, hey, this guy.
You said Gianni or Giacomo? What?
No, it's Giuseppe Yakini. Yakini is with an I. Yakini.
Oh, this guy.
yeah. Yakini. Mr. Captain Saverhole.
He loves his fucking baseball hat, this guy, yeah?
Bro, keeping these coaches around is what plagues Serie A, bro. No innovation. It was like, oh, we try to get relegation. Go and get them right now. The coach is on standby. If it's not Salernitana, they try to save. They're either saving like Caligari. Like they all like. If you look at their resume,
they're all
bro.
There in standby. They're all there in standby.
Bro, if you look at their CV, it's all similar. It's almost like they use ChatGPT copy paste. It's like one does it 1 year, and then the next year the one relegates them, and one relegates them. It's
right now, Di Francesco is becoming one of those coaches. Remember, Di Francesco started off as a Roma coach.
Yeah, I know. Di Francesco there. Was Di Francesco at Udinese?
Is he?
I don't know, but no, I said he was at Udinese at one point, right? Or not him?
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
It's like these coaches, and it's the same for the top coaches too. When you look at Sarri, Conte, Allegri, it's them that didn't took the same teams.
Yeah, we're gonna all coach the same teams in the end of it. Yeah.
Oh my god, bro! It's pathetic, bro.
I would have gone with.
I don't
Sarri,
like this
dude.
shit.
I don't understand. Like, if you want to play offensive, high press full, why not go with Sarri? Just go with Sarri.
But Sarri now needs to redeem himself. Ever since he left Juve, he hasn't won a trophy.
Thing is, Sarri didn't want to come to Milan. He's like, no. He said no.
Where's Conte now?
Free agent.
That's interesting. Or somebody's gonna pick him up. He just need to be patient till December. Somebody's gonna get sacked.
Maybe
either in England.
Maybe
E-
national team.
Either in England or national team. To be honest, national team, I would want Allegri for national team.
What?
I'm being
You
serious.
want me to fucking suffer,
It,
huh?
listen, if we want to win tournaments, real Cadenaccio is gonna take you through. I
Oh
swear,
no.
bro.
Like Paraguay?
At least you got more quality than that. Like it gonna take us through, bro. That's it. Oh my god, Paraguay game. That game was awful as fuck. God damn, bro. I'm like, yo, these. You ask yourself sometimes, like, bro, anybody can get plugged into that system. Just stay on this guy. It's insane, bro. But I don't know. Like, I want De Zerbi for Milan. I stand on it. They call me De Zerbi
Or De
lawyer, but
Zerbi. Yeah, if you want to play this kind of football, bring in De Zerbi. Like he knows the environment. He knows Milan. Like the whole half of the press conference was Amorim saying, "I'm new here. I don't know Italian. I have to learn. I have to learn about how to play in Serie A. I have to learn. I know how things are, but I got to learn all of this shit. I'm a, you know, I, that's all he said. His whole press conference was that he's got to learn. De Zerbi doesn't need to learn. He knows the Serie A. He knows Italian. Bring him in. That
but
makes
what?
sense.
But what? My question is like Maresca. How did Maresca did Maresca did he coach in Italy at one point, or how did he go under the radar that he went straight to England?
I have no clue, bro. Marisca. Let's see.
It's Man City's new coach now. Guardiola loves him.
Anthony. Okay, 26 is young. Fuck.
Let's see, they like, is this background in Italy or was overseas?
So apparently he played with Milan, youth career.
Youth, of course. Each time when I hear these players, they're like, oh, they play with Milan. I'm like, I've been watching Milan a long time. You gotta be a Primavera player, my boy, because we don't know you. Same as De Zerbi. It's like, okay,
Okay, so he is a unique player because he played a lot of his career abroad. He played in Greece, in Spain, in England, and in Italy. He was a big part of the national team, the youth national team, but he never made it to the senior team. He did U14, U16, U17, U18, U20, U21. Manager career, he started at Parma. Started at Parma for 2 years, then he went to Leicester, then he went to Chelsea, now he's at Manchester.
but you know what's crazy? I feel old. I feel so old now because I remember when Akilani was starting his career. Now he's a
Akilani.
coach.
Yeah, me too.
Oh my god,
I remember when Akilani was in the U21s, yeah.
this is crazy,
It's
bro.
like, okay. Even Palladino, I remember when Palladino was a youth national team player.
That's crazy. Because Palladino was at Juve. He's a Juve player.
Yeah.
Now, so it's I don't know. Italy too is like, I mean, Italy does have good coaches, but I feel like Italy coaches become good when they leave outside of Italy. I don't know why. I don't know if in the league they're overshunned by the big four. If they're not, when they're taking these smaller teams, they're not as good, but the ideas are proper. But then like they're just like people really has high praise for them. Outside because Maresca was at Parma. Nobody saw him. And all this like carousel that goes around, musical chair with coaches and nobody, and then he went to England.
Yeah.
Because what stopped the Roma or I don't know, Lazio from getting him at the time?
But,
Right.
that's one of the things Italy's good at is producing coaches. Like, they might
What?
struggle in Italy, then they go in these other leagues and it seems easier for them.
Or I
Like
think
even, what's this guy called? The guy that is in Portugal? I don't know.
there's a coach there.
Yeah, a guy that just won the league in Portugal.
Oh, I don't know. He Italian. I didn't know that. The US too. The US. The US too. They have a good American coach. They're actually the first American to win the European title. With
Who's that?
Espanyol Barcelona. Something Matasaro. I mean, he's of Italian descent, but he's from Jersey, and he's American. Those are the people they should have convinced. He's been coaching in Europe forever. He's been coaching the Euro forever.
Okay.
And then he won in Germany. He was coaching in Germany, Stuttgart, and he was with he coaches Espanyol Barcelona, and they won. That's when they won the Copa del Rey with him. Those are people you go and try to get.
Okay.
You know,
I don't know.
yeah,
What about this name here? This is a good name, Simone Inzaghi.
yeah. Simone Inzaghi for Italy will be good, but he's
No,
gonna need
I mean,
time.
I mean for Milan.
For Milan, yeah, I can see, yeah, for sure, yeah, sure. I think essentially he's gonna make his money and he's gonna come back. But Kessie wants to come back. You know that? He wants to come back to Europe.
Juve won him.
That's no. Oh, I hate seeing Milan players in these teams.
Man, I would get that Kissy Tonali duo back again so fast.
But he wants to be in Milan so bad. He keeps talking about it. It's bittersweet. I said Tonali keeps talking about Milan.
Gambino likes his money, bro.
I know. Sandro Gambino. So you got dude, there was a real mafia being ran in Milan. So he had gamblers, prostitution. What else am I missing?
You know what? Dude, I bet it's like that in every team. The only difference is that there's this Corona guy who is an Inter fan. So it's in his interest if I can talk shit about the Milan players. Actually, he said Inter players do it too, but he didn't want to mention their names because they're Inter players.
And I hate Italian officials because they don't focus on the real problems. They try to distract us. Each time they try to do a big finding like, oh, look, these players are gambling and it's a thing. And I'm like, bro, how about you fix the corruption and the red tape of why teams don't own stadiums or any of that? But their focus is like they need to shift their whole agenda. I hate when they do that. It's like, hey, look, we caught this guy. Like, no, like let's focus on the red tape. You guys focus on players. Why do you care? Why do you care if they're gambling? Like, why do you care?
Exactly.
I don't know. Betting also killed the sport, but it's also hypocritical from authorities. Y'all promote these things and y'all don't expect people to use it. Y'all make money off of it as sponsors, but then y'all want to leave the players astray. Of course, Paqueta is gonna go bet on himself that he's gonna get a yellow card on some random game, and they're gonna start looking like, oh, why people are betting over $20,000 on a red card on a West Ham game in Brazil? Like, what's going on? You see what I'm saying, bro? Like, it's like, yo, what the fuck? It's the same for the NBA. The NBA, when they caught Rozier and all these guys that they were betting, quote unquote, and they're like, oh, they were part of the mafia. To this day, we haven't seen the mafia people that were involved. We just saw those black basketball players that they decide, yes, I'm gonna make it about race like rock. They just saw these black players that they put up front. And it's sad, bro. I just want to troll, bro. Y'all conversation be so funny. It's like, bro, why are you making it about race? You guys are so stupid.
Oh, yeah,
oh
Rock,
my god.
dude,
You
Rock
guys
is
are so
obsessed. Rock is obsessed, bro.
I wish he was on the call, man. I would have trolled him.
Guy's obsessed.
It's crazy.
He's horny, dude.
Stop.
That's all he talks about, dude. It's all I hear from him, dude. His 3 favorite words. You know what they are, right?
Hey, y'all talking about the Nutella guy? Like, what the fuck? We got us so nasty, bro.
Oh no, Eric. Eric calls me Nutella boy. Dude, Eric, like I can't. I'm not allowed to criticize Brazil. He gets pissed off, dude. Like,
I wish Eric was on here, man. I need their voice on here, bro. Oh my god, Eric, funny. You done got him tight, bro. Y'all need to stop. y'all just. The thing is, like, the thing I don't understand about any of you guys is like we've known each other long enough now. You gotta know when it's a troll or not feed into the bullshit. But I still fall for the same tricks and I get mad. Also, you. Like, you'll let Paul get under your skin or something or Nathan will get under his skin. I'm like, bro, I don't take these things serious, bro.
Paul went too far.
No, he didn't. Hey, you need to bring him back, bro. I need to call my boy Paul. I'm gonna bring him back. No, please.
Too far,
he didn't.
too far,
bro, Paul fuck with you, bro. Stop, bro. He don't even care. It's not even that serious. Like, I'm being serious. It's not even that serious.
For me, it went too far, dude.
No, bro. That's your African brother, bro. Stop.
I thought he was, but he's not.
He is. He is. He is. You just want to pick on him. What? Hey, when you think Kenya? When you think Kenya's gonna qualify for the next World Cup?
Probably never, dude.
But they're organizing the next AFCON. You know it's gonna be in Kenya, Uganda, right?
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh, dude,
the next.
what? The stadiums in Kenya are shit, bro.
No, that's why they developed. They almost took it away from them because they didn't finish in time. But they're building right now. It's Kenya, Uganda, and is it Tanzania? Yep.
Yeah.
No, but they're building it right now. But I think they'll finish it in
Okay.
time for 2027. Yeah.
When I lived there, the stadiums were all crap. Even the good one was crap.
I know. And then Morocco has decided to never organize. They took away. They said they're focused on the World Cups and bigger tournaments. They're no longer organizing, AFCON bids and all that stuff.
So does this mean Kenya's going to be automatically qualified?
Yes.
Okay, I'm curious to see. No, Kenya doesn't have a great football infrastructure. No.
No, they don't. East Africa as a whole, in the 60s they did, but when the rest of when West Africa caught up, because everybody else was battling independence. Some of these English-speaking countries, they got independent from Britain early, so they were ahead on certain things. But then, when after the 60s, that's how you saw the shift. Because when you look at the 60s, Ethiopia won 2 AFCONs. Nobody would ever believe that.
Ethiopia won 2 AFCONs?
Yeah, Ethiopia has AFCON. No, sorry,
way.
they won one in Addis Ababa. Yes, Sudan has an AFCON. Yes, Sudan has an AFCON. But they benefited from their proximity to North Africa at the time. West Africa start coming in the mode in the 70s, late 70s, early 80s, it was a wrap. So it's become difficult for these countries. And, Kenya, these countries and all that stuff is just like their build compared to, they're really like, bro, they're thin as hell. They're not.
It's not that, dude. It's not that.
It's what?
Well, look, first of all, like Kenya, they're really into like rugby, and they have a decent rugby team. Actually, sevens at rugby, they're one of the best at sevens. Cricket, very into cricket. Marathon running, of course.
Marathon, everybody knows that.
And those athletes are really skinny.
But I'm talking about like the East Africa as a whole, just not Kenya per se.
Yeah. But it's more like a cultural thing. It's just not a.
But they want to. The thing is, but they're also interested in it. They want to partake because the entire African continent is into football. As much as like people can deny it, they only focus on other sports because they're not good at the main thing that dominates the whole stuff. Because when you take North Africa, for example, it's just not sports. When you look at basketball or volleyball or handball, like countries like Egypt, Tunisia, they're good.
Handball, they're good at handball. Kenya,
you know what I'm saying? Handball. But handball, the kings. I used to play handball. The kings of handball in Africa are Angola. Okay. Angola basketball and handball, they made it female male. They were really ahead with that type of stuff. You take Senegal, but football is still king on the continent. But I'm happy that's going to East Africa. I was a bit tired of competition like the AFCON being in West Africa, North Africa. We're like, let's go see other countries.
Yeah, why not? I mean, it's big. South Africa has a decent football league, the Premier League there. They have some decent teams.
No, but yeah, the South Africa, the thing, they have the infrastructure, but it's just like their players, the mentality. So it comes back to the mentality and the corruption of these.
But also South Africa, is a rugby country, right? It's not like a soccer. It's not a football country. It's a rugby country.
But it's a rugby country for the white players. It's mainly white players. No, because they're black.
Still today, I don't know.
No, even today, it's still like a white sport that got promoted. They're good at it, so you want to do, but it's still like South Africa amongst like the black zoo. Soccer is still like as much as they can cap on it. Like people will easily say like, "Oh, this is our main sport because you're good at it," but that doesn't mean in terms of like in the day to day.
Well, I'm looking at the team; it's pretty diverse.
Like if USA today, let's say if we don't won the World Cup, we're good. Are we considered now a soccer nation? right? Are we going to be soccer or like on our dates?
Yeah.
American life day to day, bro. It's NFL.
You
NFL
can't
is the most dominant sport, though.
You can't
Do you
win a
agree?
World Cup unless you're a soccer nation.
No, you're right. You're right. But to the extent, right? Okay, basketball, we're good at it, right? But is USA more like in America, not how the world sees us. Because how the world sees South Africa is gonna be, of course, maybe rugby, like you're saying, and all that. But in our day-to-day here, you're in America. Is this a basketball country? Us being here, or it's an NFL country?
Both.
It's NFL, bro. NFL is more dominant. I feel like NFL is more dominant than NBA.
Also, but basketball is also big.
No,
sport.
it is. It is. It is. I know. But I feel like NFL is just the king here.
Okay.
American football.
Yeah, Super Bowl is the biggest sporting event,
Yep,
and
yep.
NFL is the biggest for sure.
Yeah.
It's NFL. Then I don't know what the order is. Baseball, basketball. I don't know what order.
Baseball fell off the map. Actually, baseball has been overtaken already. I think MLS has now passed. Is on pass.
No way.
No. Hear me out. NFL is on par. You're on the internet right now. MLS is on par to pass. They looked at the demographic because right now the demographic of baseball right now is 57 on average is 57 years old people that are watching it. The cohort from 18 to 25 right now is MLS dominant. I'm being serious, Roy. I'm not even bushing. MLS is on par to pass like they're suffering. Baseball is suffering from viewership. I promise you, Roy. They're suffering from viewership.
So
Yeah.
this is what it says. So soccer has officially surpassed baseball as America's third favorite sport.
Said it. Yep.
However, MLS still lags far behind MLB in overall revenue and television ratings.
Which is fair because because the Premier League is big here, of course. So people watch more of the European stuff. But in terms of interest,
all these damn immigrants, bro.
No, it's not that. baseball is really boring, bro. I'm sorry.
I know. Are you telling me?
I've been to multiple baseball games. I'm like, dude,
I don't nothing.
I don't care. I'm like, this stuff is boring. I don't care I don't care how you try to spin it to me. Oh, but look, he's gonna hit the home run. I don't care. Each baseball games I go to, bro, I'm eating a hot dog and I'm drinking IPAs. I'm not even paying attention. I'm on my phone. But I go for my home team, right? If we win, I'm like, okay, I'm happy. But I like hockey. Hockey's like my third favorite sport anyways.
Yeah, hockey's a lot of action. But dude, when I go to a baseball game, like nothing happens. It's just you see these guys standing on the pitch and they throw balls at the crowd.
It's all math. And baseball is responsible for the downfall of Milan. With that money ball bullshit. Because that's what they got it from, bro. Because that's what baseball is about. It's all about all this math, everything is all like the data. The baseball guys. That's where Jetty comes from. And now we suffering from that. And here we are. And I hate it.
Dude, what the fuck? I wrote a comment on someone's post about the Egypt game. It's got 718 likes. That's crazy.
It's all them racist Argentinians.
All the fucking racist Argentinians are fucking on board.
Yeah, that's what happened. Freaking. You're not provoking people on Twitter. Twitter is so toxic, bro. X.
No, I don't provoke people on Twitter. But
it's such a filthy place.
Look, Insigne is back.
What was he? I forgot about this guy.
He's going to Sampdoria now. Serie B.
Where else can he go? They gambled their career away, bro.
AC Milan. Yeah, they made. I don't understand why they went Bernardeschi and
Bernardeschi. Oh yeah, they won the MLS. They won Toronto.
Verratti, like, bro, you guys fucking destroyed your international career by doing that.
It was just the money too.
Yeah, it's just, of course, it's all about money.
Well, yeah, like Bernardeschi came to Toronto, and then when they come here too, they're not the best players in this league either. Because I know MLS level is low, but people be thinking like it's a walk in the park, and it's like, it sure is not, bro. Because you're still dealing with some of these South Americans that come here for a better life. Then they don't want to play in Commonwealth.
Jovinko was the best player when he came to it.
When he was at Toronto, he was one of the best.
Yeah.
But is he an MLS legend? That's a real question.
I mean, statistically, he should be, right?
No. He's not.
How is he not? He's got all the records.
He'll probably be one of the best foreigners, but he's not like the best MLS player
Oh no,
ever.
no,
But
I'm not saying he's the best
so
ever.
somebody
Messi is the best ever, but
right now, right now, even Messi coming to MLS, he proved it, man. But then it's Messi and friends. You know how I call this team? Like the Miami. It's Messi and friends, bro. I swear, bro. He just took a vacay.
Brought all his friends, Suarez,
Busquets,
his cousin.
Alaba is over there, bro. It's like, it's like, and then Florida. If you ever been to Miami, bro, it's literally you like in South America in terms of like the weather. They're not far.
Yeah, they're all friends, buddies. They all went to America to have their last hurrah in the sun.
And they try to make, and but you know what I hate though? Since he's been here too, they try to make the MLS sound like it's such a crazy competitive league. Try to, make it sound some Premier League. I'm like, well, just cut it out, bro. Like, one of my guys back home in Ivory Coast, he calls it the League of Rappers. He's like, Messi is in a Premiership rapper. Like, oh my God. I'm like, oh shit, it's League of Rappers. It's a culture rapper, the McDonald League. That's how they call it, right? McDonald League. I mean, Griezmann is coming here. Griezmann is going to Orlando.
And so is Lewandowski, Chicago.
Nah, that's a shit place he picked. Oh no, Chicago's a beautiful city. But I don't think
gorgeous.
No, it is. That's a city that blew my mind. It's like the cleaner version of New York.
Yeah, me too. It's my favorite city in America.
I'm just talking about
those kind of big cities. It's my favorite one.
I like Portland. That's my favorite city.
Portland?
So I can dye my hair. Hey, bro, don't judge me.
Oh,
I like
my
Portland.
Lord, no.
Yeah, I love Portland, bro. I love
What?
Portland, bro. Yes, I love Portland.
No way.
Don't judge. The thing is, I love the mountains.
Do you have a Che Guevara tattoo on your shoulder or something?
Che Guevara tattoo?
Yeah.
I mean, I have 15 tattoos. Take a guess.
You do?
I got 15 tattoos. Bro, I was in the military. You think I'm gonna have Che Guevara tattoo serving in here? You tripping, bro. Yeah.
Okay,
but I would tell you, I'll dye my hair freaking pink.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Like, I've been
What?
to Portland, dude. Portland is not. It's full of fucking homeless people all over the place.
Bro, I love Portland. What do you not understand? Same as Chicago. Like Chicago, if you go to the south side of Chicago, you're gonna be like, yo, what the hell is this place? Like any other city. Like Portland,
but
I've
Portland,
been to Portland twice.
There's nice parts of Portland.
Yes, Portland is my vibe, bro. I went to Portland twice. I was there literally 2 months ago.
Did you ever go to Dante's Inferno?
Dante's Inferno, is it a bar?
It's like a burlesque bar.
I think probably I passed in front of it, but I did the whole 9. I go there for hiking, bro. I like hiking. I like Denver. I like this type of stuff. I'm an outdoor guy.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
Listen.
Yeah.
What Oregon is the most beautiful state.
Right.
Like,
for sure. So when I'm going, it's more for that, not city life. I live in Houston already, so if I want to focus on that, I'm from DC. Like, I don't know. It's my vibe, bro. I'm not. I like
listen, if you go there for hiking and nature, I get it. But
yeah, that's why I go to.
Portland is a.
No, it's nice.
Fire,
it's
dude.
clean. No, it's clean.
It's clean.
I don't like it because you're talking about like the south part of one location of downtown where all the crackheads are. Because people in Portland, I'm not gonna lie, don't heavy drugs, boy. Don't heavy drugs. It's just
I've been
crazy.
in the outskirts, like the suburb areas. Suburbs are more or less kind of like everywhere else, and and I went downtown a bunch of times to the venues for shows, and yeah, it's not. I don't know. It's not.
Hold on, Dante Inferno. Hold on. The Dante Inferno you said, is it? No, that's not the place where they say pizza. Where they have pizza in the cut.
They do have pizza.
Oh, yeah. I've been there. Oh no. I can't say inappropriate stuff on the internet, but I keep it to myself.
Hold on, Dante's, and then there's that famous donut place next to it.
Voodoo Donut. Yep.
Yeah, Voodoo Donut. Yeah.
I bet Dante Inferno. They have is all this gothic stuff in there, right?
Yeah.
Trust me, I've been there twice because I love the pizza. We go there for after
I've been
hours.
there many times.
Well, bro, I saw the weirdest. Oh my god, bro.
Yeah, they have weird shit there, dude.
Hey, dog.
That's a cool venue. It's a cool venue. Don't get me wrong.
It is. So no, I go there. I go there. Because they had the little. If you sit by the pizza place, they had the little fire thing that burns in the middle on that table. It's like a little pit they
Yeah,
have.
yeah,
But yeah,
yeah,
no,
yeah,
I've been
yeah.
there. I've been there. Last time actually I was there, they were showing Masters of the Universe. That the cartoon, not the movie.
Mm.
I was there in May. Yeah, they were showing the
And what
cartoon.
else did you see there?
I can't say. That's it. I can
Why?
use more. I can say in the
Yeah,
chat.
I can tell
What?
you.
And that's his Inferno.
Yeah, I was very like burlesque night. We played a show very literally burlesque night. Fucking
Dog,
drag queens and fucking porn stars and fucking people.
bro.
It's crazy
Hey,
shit.
I'm gonna tell you this, bro. I went there. I'll say this. I went there, right? For so me and my girl went. We got pizza the first place. We didn't know what type of bar it is. So we come back the second night or the third night. We're like, oh, let's go get pizza by that place. And we go in there, and it's a performance where everybody's naked on stage. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
oh, bro. No, I'm like,
yeah.
yo, what the hell's going on? I need to get out of here. Like
Yeah, they
right
do.
now.
They do magic shows naked. They
Yeah,
do
bro.
all weird
Hey,
kind of shit.
Portland is. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird, bro. It's weird.
It's a
Well,
weird
anyway,
vibe. Portland is a weird vibe.
but I like the nature. I like the dive bars they have there. To be honest,
Yeah, no,
that's cool.
look, even Eugene is a really nice city. It's a lot of hippies, but the nature is incredible in Oregon. It's
Yeah, it
literally
is.
it's incredible.
Yeah, yeah. Pacific Northwest. I always wanted to visit. Like so I don't. I like it out there. Like I think it's really cool. Um, but outside of that, then yeah, yeah.
Montana is nice.
I haven't been to Montana yet. I've been to Denver. I think Boise, Idaho is where I'm going next.
Yeah, I've been
Boise,
to Denver.
Idaho.
I've been there a
That's where I'm
bunch of
trying to
times.
go.
That's a nice place. Small little town.
Yeah, I heard it's small, bro. I come from big cities. It's overwhelming.
You know what is a really cool town that maybe you know about it. It's called Flagstaff in Arizona. Have you heard of that town?
I've been to Arizona 7 times, but not Flagstaff.
So
And I do not
Flagstaff
like Arizona.
is a very non-typical Arizona city because it's in the mountains. It's not in the desert. And
Okay,
it's in
good.
nature, and it's
Ah,
not hot. It's not like desert. It's not like Arizona. Arizona is the most
bro,
worst
trust me.
weather in America.
I used to work there. I used to work. I don't understand how even people are moving there. I don't want to
Yeah,
ask them.
right.
I'm like, I'm good. Like
It's a
Arizona, the
it's
New
Alvin.
Mexicos of the world. New Mexico, no, I'm
Yeah.
not interested in these states, bro.
But Flagstaff is high altitude in the mountains, and it's the city that there's no corporate America at all. It's all mom and pop shops. It's a really nice city if you want like nature and
That's
good
that's pro-
weather.
that's probably where all the underground cities are.
Underground cities? What do you mean?
Yeah. Yeah. You
What do you
don't know
mean
about the
underground?
underground cities, bro. They're running to these states, bro. The Los Alamos of the world and all them places around that whole region. Yeah, bro.
What? What are you talking?
The,
Underground cities?
the underground cities, Peter Thiel and your people. That's how they count to go live the rest of their days in those bunkers they got
In
underneath there.
in Flagstaff?
Nah, I'm just bullshitting with you, bro. But but I'm just saying others areas. That's what we were told. Like if you go to New Mexico, they said there's so much underground cities
Really? I
that we
didn't know
don't know
that.
about.
Never heard of that. Yeah. You know what's another fucking great region of the country I really like?
You should go to
Uh,
Asheville, North Carolina. So nice.
Actually, I don't mind Asheville. I don't mind North Carolina. I've been to North Carolina. Um, but I really like Florida on the Gulf of America.
Yeah, I don't like
Next,
Florida.
right next to New Orleans, Destin. I mean, Florida, New Orleans is not in Florida, but they're close by.
You said where?
It's called Destin in Florida.
I know that's in Florida. Yeah, it's the beach.
Oh my God, that's where I want to go. I want to live there.
For real?
Yeah, it's
I
so
can't do
beautiful.
swamp, bro. I can't do the
What?
swamps. I can't do the swamps, bro.
The Gulf of Belgium. It's the Gulf of Belgium right now. You can't do the beach? Why not?
I'm not a fan. I mean, I mean, even though I grew up here also, but parts of
Ivory Coast, bro.
no, but I grew up yeah, parts on the coast. I was never interested. I've been to Hawaii. I stayed in Hawaii a long time. I like I like the mountains. I always like the mountains. So I like the big mountain scenery. That's my happy place. Like yeah. And trust
Gotcha.
me, I spent too much life around the beach, water. When I was in Okinawa, Japan, I spent time too much around body water. It's cool, but it's not my steez. Like I like hiking. As much as I don't like
It's not your
wildlife
jam.
animals, but nah,
Gotcha.
I still. But in America though, like North Carolina for sure, Pacific Northwest, beautiful.
Yeah.
Uh,
Alabama, beautiful state.
I can't
Alabama
do
is
I can't do with
super green.
states.
Super
Yeah,
green.
I'm not trying to get hanged, bro.
No, no. And Alabama has this bad rep. It ain't like that at all, dude.
Yeah, I'm cool, dog. Oh, I'll go to
Dude,
Huntsville. That's
it's
where the
not like
UFO
that at all.
stuffs are. I'll go to
Birmingham, I went to
Huntsville.
Birmingham, like, it's not like that at all.
Have you been to
Like,
Huntsville?
like, where?
Have you been to Huntsville, Alabama?
No.
Yeah, that's where they keep all our secret stuff.
Who, the military?
That's the tech hub.
Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't know. I've been
Hmm.
to Birmingham and Mobile. No, Mobile.
Okay.
Is Mobile in Alabama?
Yeah, mobile Alabama. Yep. Hmm.
Yeah, I've been to
I have friends
Birmingham,
from there.
Birmingham and Mobile. Yeah.
Well, those are states I'm not interested in visiting.
No? Why?
Alabama,
What happen? What
Mississippi.
happens if you go there?
I'm not interested. Huh?
What happens if you go there?
It's nothing really appeals me from that. Maybe it's my up north bias is kicking in. I'm not interested. And I have to go there, then
Well,
fine,
let
but
me
I'm
tell
not.
you, the nature there looks like fucking Jurassic Park. It's like really green, a lot of mountains. It's
I heard,
weird. You wouldn't
I heard
expect it.
Tennessee is I heard Tennessee is really beautiful. I don't mind going to the
Tennessee,
nice.
yeah, Tennessee is really beautiful. Been there, yeah.
Yeah.
Nashville and some other cities.
Yeah, you've been to all 50 states then.
The only I don't know if I've been to all of those small western, eastern, northern, eastern states. Like I know I've never. I don't think I've been in Vermont. Or maybe I have. Yeah, maybe I have.
Rhode Island,
I've
Maine.
been. I've been in. I think I have been in those. Yeah,
What
but
about
I've never been in Alaska. I've never
Connecticut?
been in Hawaii. Yeah, I've been to Connecticut. Yeah.
I've been to Hawaii twice. I love Hawaii. Hawaii's cool, but I couldn't live there. I'm cool. Under the whole surf thing. That's cool. I hiked a lot in Hawaii though. For sure. But it's cool.
Yeah, I
It's
bet it
expensive.
is. I bet.
It's
Yeah.
expensive. But the
I,
Japanese took the whole island though. That belongs to them.
the Japanese, huh?
Yes.
Colonizers.
Corruption. Yeah, they know they took like it's their island. I guess might come to argue, but
That's
they got streets in Japanese, bro. Like they
that's
took the whole thing.
badass.
Hmm. Like, bro, they run the whole mafia over there. Food,
Fucking
what?
crazy.
Yeah, yeah. Japanese, they took over the island. Yeah, cause they start doing vacay over there. They're like, yeah, it's ours now. The Democrat, the senator from uh from uh from Hawaii is from Japanese descent. But she's still the
Oh,
senator.
oh, it's a girl. It's a woman.
Yeah,
Who was it?
yeah. Uh huh.
Who is it?
Yeah.
What's her name?
Her name is Hawaii Senator. Hawaii Senator. Senator. And I used to see, bro. Man, yeah. Maisie Hirono. She's still senator. Her
Oh,
and
okay,
Brian
okay.
Schatz. Yeah, Maisie Hirono. Yeah. Hawaii. That's how you say it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I've never been to Hawaii. I'm sure it's beautiful.
It's cool. No, it's cool. It doesn't. I mean, you don't feel like you're in America. I feel like I'm more in Polynesia because I also been to Guam and I've
Mm.
been around that whole area, Wake Island and all. I feel like I'm more in Polynesia than anything. Like I don't
Oh, really?
feel.
It
Yeah,
doesn't
you
have
don't
an.
feel
You don't feel like you're in the
no
U.S.
nothing at all except
Wow.
oh they put Hawaii in this or you get a bunch of you know white folks saying they locals. Like I'm supposed to believe, yeah, fine. That's
Is
a
there
flex. That's a flex, by the way. So
like?
you
Do they
saying you're
have?
local,
Yeah.
it's like it gets you girls,
But
even though they we know you're not Polynesian. Hmm?
is it like America? Like, do they have the American flags there? Like,
No, yeah,
they're
for sure. You're
citizens,
right.
right?
It's a state. They're citizens. But I'm talking
Yeah.
like the feel of it, like the feel of it, because it's so far out. You're 7 hours away from Japan,
Oh yeah, yeah.
right?
It's
You're in the
so
middle of
far
the
away.
ocean.
It's
You're
like going
like,
to
bro,
Europe. It's like going to Europe on the other
because there's
side.
more. yeah, it's more like the architecture when you're looking at it. Nothing there tells you like, oh, it's the. If you had a look, not knowing what it is, you wouldn't tell. Okay, yeah, this is Polynesian straight up. The windows and all that stuff. It's like and Polynesians really kept their culture.
Do they
So
have patriotism towards America or not?
Hawaiians, they
Yeah.
love America. They just don't like the locals that misbehave. That's the problem.
Okay.
I think they're really friends. Samoans, they're really loyal people. I have never issues with Polynesians. They're really loyal. And sorry if there's somebody listening. I don't want to confuse Samoan and Polynesian. There's a difference between who's what. Anyway, I'll just stick to Polynesian. That's Polynesia. They're great people, but they're really friendly. They're like, yeah, cool. The problem is there's too much military people there too. So when they're drunk, they act out or they behave a certain way, or they try to appropriate certain of the island, and they don't respect for some of the customs and all that. So it becomes a big issue. And I think that's what they have problem with when you know it's you got a lot of dudes that lie because you see a lot of tourists, right? I had a chance to go there twice. I got a chance to be there during RIMPAC. RIMPAC is a big event where all navies across the world come and compete. Some friendly stuff. So you got people that travel there for that, like a big event. The ships. You see Australians. Everybody be over there. There's a lot of Australians that go there. So I got to be there during Copa America Centenario 2016. I was in Hawaii. I was there for 3 weeks. I mean, we were on our way to
Nice.
Japan, but we're there. You get to experience so it's a lot of people that come. So when it comes, one of the biggest things, a lot of people that you're gonna meet in Hawaii is like the first time there because it's not closed. So people tend to flex or lie. It's like, oh yeah, I'm a local. Yeah, you were born raised in Hawaii, but he's like, yo, I'm a local. I can show you this. Because if you know how to surf, bro, you getting everybody, any girl you want, bro. And then people start drowning. I was talking to a lifeguard. He's like, you know how many people I saw here that lied, they knew how to swim and they're drowning in the sea and we got to go save them. But yeah, it's a good spot. I think you should go. You should go.
One day I'll go.
It's a lot.
One day I'll
It's
go.
a lot of hiking spots. Yeah, they got good music.
Yeah.
So they feel they're American, but they got their Polynesian. It's kind of like America. If you come to Texas, people will feel really patriotic, but there's this Texan element. If you go to, what they keep.
Yeah.
That's how I look at it.
Gotcha. All right,
Yeah,
brother.
but
Let's call it a day.
yeah,
It's
for
been
sure, man. It's
it's
nice
been
talking to you,
five
bro.
hours for me. Nice talking to
Yeah,
you.
for you, I
Thank you
know.
for joining.
Yeah,
Um,
but we need to get everybody back on so I can troll the other folks.
well, like as the World Cup starts to fade out, yeah,
Yeah,
we'll
you
be
need to
back.
do a review for the quarterfinals, semifinals, and
Yeah,
I'll be back
we'll do
here.
that.
Yeah.
All right,
All right,
man.
bro.
Have
Yes,
a
sir.
good one.
All right.
Have a good
Yeah,
day.
you too. Yep.
Everybody in chat, guys, thank you very much for joining us. Really appreciate you. Make sure you click that like button and all that good stuff. And
Yes, sir.
we'll see you next time. Peace.
Yep. Peace. Yep.